I'm alive!
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die.
Zombies! Dohairas, Vega! Zombies!
King Viserys of House Targaryen, the first of his name, King of the Andals, and the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm.
The realm will soon tear itself apart. If men do not remember the oath sworn to King Viserys and to his rightful heir.
You will regret this.
Dracarys! No!
The Riverlands recognize the authority of the named heir Queen Rhaenyra and your own.
And welcome back to the third best review show of House of the Dragon Season 3. And right off the bat, Breezy with a 5. Hail, Kings and Gent. I love the Harley vids, Gent. I'm a dirt bike guy myself. This was definitely the best episode of the season. Now the 2-year wait begins.
Breezy dropping a 4.99. Thank you so much, Breezy.
Yeah, Lee, I went back and watched some of that, some of your stream where she turned on like that. That's so cool, dude. Dude, it's been a while since I've seen like pure joy, and I saw it in that video.
When she finally started and ran, I was giddy. I was so excited because it's now the fun begins. Right now, we can just start putting everything back together, tighten it up.
You really are a pretty good mechanic because I was 100% expecting you to just flood the crap out of that inch of the first one. Be like, wait, I think I can make it go. I think I can make it go. And so you're
you ease into. You got to nurse it a little bit, right? And the thing's old, right? It's very old. It shouldn't be running.
I remember having to like feather the what you call it, the choke on the blower and the weed whacker growing up. So I get it. Yeah, it's a bit of an art.
It won't be long. A few more streams and we're gonna be on the road.
Well, I can't wait to see you and Jay out there on the road together. On the road again.
He's gotta get a bike.
Do he have one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, get him to be he'll just get you to build him one.
Right. You can do that. That'd be fun.
Oh, I bet so. And Schick wants us to know that we're late and Ormond.
We weren't that late.
I'm imagining that he's trying to say that Ormond was gay. Ormond was gay.
We weren't as late as this battle.
We weren't as late as Crazy Rhaenyra, Maegor with tits.
Yeah.
So I actually realized I've been saying it wrong this entire time. It's actually Maegor with teats. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
It does a little bit. Yeah, the first one's quite jarring. Well, I guess we should probably get to it. So the final episode of season 3, I'm gonna say the final episode of season 8. That's kind of what it feels like. The final episode of season 3 came out, and I still find myself fucking livid. I still find myself so pissed off at just stupidity. Moments that you can tell Ryan Condal is sitting there. What's a really nice way of saying this?
Just
Getting super hard over how angry he's making George. There are moments, especially in this episode, where you can see that he did this just to piss off George.
You might have to elaborate on that.
Oh, I will, buddy.
I'm not tied into that. Like,
yeah. And I forgot to look for it. So if Breezy wants to look for it and send it to me, that'd be great. But we'll spend a little bit of time on what's his face's George's blog post, now infamously now deleted blog post.
He deleted that?
No, so he deleted a blog post back in, I think it was between episode 6 and 7 last year. And it was just trashing House of the Dragon. And he used the phrase, something butterflies. And ever since then, we have seen butterflies pop up throughout House of the Dragon.
With Helena.
Yeah. Let's see if I can see what he calls them. He says, beware the butterflies. There's so many things that by Ryan Condal being like, look, we just didn't. The big thing is, of course, Maelor. The not having Maelor in the show. Not where Helena chooses Maelor to be killed by cheese. And then when they kill the others, Maelor grows up knowing that his mother picked him to die. And that leads to something happening at Bitterbridge, leads to the death of Maelor at Bitterbridge, which then leads to Helena being so distraught that she jumps out a window. Which we get a little bit, we get the light version this time around. And it's just for no reason. Absolutely, there's no reason for her to kill herself.
Yeah, I know that she was depressed and she was held captive, whatever, but they really didn't go into the obviously, the throne's taken over. But let's be honest, she didn't care about the throne. She didn't care about being queen. She wanted nothing to do with that. And
we've had 8 episodes, let's say 5 episodes of her having opportunity to run away and constantly bitching about where's Jaehaerys. Now, I don't remember how to say the kid's name. I think it's Jaehaerys, but I think there's an extra AS, Jaehaerys, something like that. I don't remember. Constantly wanting her to come with them. And you're so concerned about this kid of yours that you will not run away, but you will leave them and just jump out the window. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense. This is bad writing.
And where's the kid now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like still stuck in King's Landing.
Right.
This
Who's
entire
kids? I guess just nursemaids or whatever.
Probably, yeah. This entire episode. Look, I'm not going to say that battle was not pretty damn fun. It was. It was a very good battle. And if the entire season had been up to this level of this episode, even removing the really stupid things that happened in this episode, even removing those, this is a very good season if it's done like that.
I feel like I just feel like this episode is about 4 episodes or 3 episodes late.
It's exactly 3 episodes left. Because remember, there should still be 2 episodes left to go.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. There should be 4 episodes left to go. Because this should actually be episode 6 of season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there, we should still be talking. I mean, we should have been talking about this 4 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. There's so many things, and then there's decisions during the battle. Damon deciding to ignore Rhaenyra and killing, and maybe possibly killing the children. It's a really stupid decision. Rodney killing the kid that hit him with a branch. Stupid decision. All of these things.
I didn't get the point of that.
So there's a couple things. I think, and this is me putting my tinfoil hat on a little bit. I think that was Ryan wanting to dismantle the North. So the North has built up this also. For all of you illiterate, and I don't think we have any of them here in the chat, but for all of these illiterate people, and especially the official HBO accounts, they are not Starks. They are just Northmen.
Right.
Northmen are not all Starks. These are not Targaryens.
Bannermen, right? They're the Stark.
They could be some Car Starks, some Dustins, some Manderleys, some there's another house right next to Winterfell. They could be some. I mean, I would lose count. There's a whole lot of places they could be from.
Right.
And I've even got a little bit of issue with this the Northmen in this. I don't think they should have been all as boisterous as they were. It felt a little
forced,
wrong. Yeah, I don't know if forced is right, but it just it didn't feel right in that moment. It kind of felt like what they should have done is just maybe some sort of like Theoden speech type thing about for the queen and just going out there and taking it.
Where does the honor thing come into play? Is that only for the Starks or is it all the North?
I think it's sort of a North thing.
Because these guys
but
didn't
it's
have any
very
honor.
heavy with Starks.
You know what I mean? Like the guy taking out the kid. And there's no payoff for that. Like they did that, and like if he lived and somebody saw it happen, and then he gets called out and it gets addressed, like there's no payoff.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. This is the problem with having the big thing be the finale.
Yeah.
There's a reason that Game of Thrones never had the big thing as the finale, because you needed payoff from the big event. You didn't need the end of the story. You still need cliffhanger and all that stuff. But to make the cliffhanger, what's going to happen next after the battle? Well, what that tells you is the very first episode of season 3, nothing. There will be no movement of the chess pieces. Everything will be everyone reacting to the battle. So actually, you now have 7 episodes to get everything done. And before we go too far, I want to address what has to happen in season 4.
One season left. How many episodes?
8 episodes. Fall of Dragonstone, the Battle above the God's Eye, Storming of the Dragon Pit, Second Templeton, Rhaenyra at Dragonstone, Moon of the Three Kings, Battle of the King's Road, Aegon II's Fate, and Hour of the Wolf. Those are 9 events that have to take place. Now,
2/3 of those are not going to.
Yeah, 2 or 3 of those can happen at the same time. You could do Battle of the God's Eye in the same episode that you do the Storming of the. Honestly, in one episode, you could do Fall of Dragonstone, Battle above the God's Eye, Storming the Dragon Pit. You could do all of that. It would be a packed episode, but you could. But we know they're not going to.
So Breezy's saying, I think the last scene's going to be packed. You know what? I don't think so. He's never shown us that in any of these seasons. Where he's
nothing. Even season 1.
Right.
Even season 1, which we all say is which we all say is the best season of this show. It does not. There's so much exposition. Now they were kind of forced to do that because they decided to start as young children instead of a little more canonical age. They had to teach us a lot about House Targaryen and all this stuff.
Right.
What they should have done is they should have done what Game of Thrones did and throw you into it and let the idiots on the internet teach everyone. So they could have cut out 3 episodes of season 1. I still think they ended that in a perfect spot. And I think every single person thought that at the start of season 2, we were going to get Maegor with teats. And it never happened. And in fact, it barely happened now. But we're going to talk about that because holy shit, was that dumb. The Rhaenyra stuff.
What stuff are you? There's a lot that happened that was dumb, but what stuff are you talking about specifically? First off, if we're gonna get into it, the opening scene of Rhaenyra crying, "He's alive!"
Yeah. You know what? Screw it. Let's just start.
Seriously, like, what are you?
Yeah.
Stop
So
it already.
starts with
be a force here.
Absolutely. It starts with our Maester, who again is supposed to be the Black Sails right now. He's still supposed to be there with Lannister, I think, is where he's supposed to be. Real quick, I do want to go back to the chat and see if I missed anything because I just completely ignored it for a bit. Schick said employee of the month. Ulf. That's funny.
Did you like that?
So I knew it was coming.
Well, yeah.
It was a decent job of doing it, but there's still a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense because what's going on with Hugh? They're both supposed to turn at the same time.
Yeah.
And then, what does that end scene mean when all 3 dragons are flying away? Now, we assume, and it's a smart assumption, that Caraxes is chasing away Ulf on Silverwing.
Yeah.
But then we see Vermithor behind Caraxes. Is Vermithor chasing Caraxes? Is Vermithor joining Caraxes? And this is one of the issues that I hate. I hate about being a fan of Game of Thrones. Is we get the really dumb female accounts on Twitter that are always like, "Oh my God, Slay Queen!" and just this stupid Melanie Mac word energy about this show, like just the dumbest shit.
Yeah.
And so there's a bunch of comments that I keep seeing. Honestly, I think they're all mostly bots, but there are a bunch of comments I see about saying that Vermithor is Silverwing's mate, and Vermithor is flying after Caraxes to save Silverwing. Okay. Based on what? We have no information of that. The two of them mated for about a decade, like 70 years ago. So I just don't think it's that.
Here's the thing, too. Let's put it in perspective. Ulf went 100% rogue.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he went rogue for everyone.
Sides.
Yeah.
Okay. Caraxes is still with Daemon. We know that. And if these dragons are emotionally tied to their riders, let's walk it through. So Ulf betrayed both sides. Caraxes loyal to the Black, to Daemon.
Mm-hmm.
Vermithor, if he's or she or whatever he is feeling anything, right? Hugh is devastated because we saw the quick scene where he finds his wife.
Yeah.
Who's deceased.
I'm pretty sure we'd have to go back and look at it, and we will. But I believe she's killed by Greens. I make the assumption that she is because Damon does tell everyone at that battle planning meeting, do not attack the citizenry.
Right.
The realm is watching. So logic dictates that the Northmen that break into that house are not the ones that attack the civilians. Maybe she dies, in the process of them attacking the Greens that are in there. But
Yeah.
I think the Greens were fucking people up because they didn't seem to really care.
I concur. I think I picked up on that as well. But Vermithor, like, we don't know where.
Yeah.
We don't know
Vermithor
where
and Hugh are supposed to be in King's Landing.
Yeah.
Damon says we'll leave Vermithor here, which again is really dumb. Damon is not at the Battle of Tumbleton. He's still in King's Landing because he has the best dragon there. It doesn't matter that Vermithor's bigger than Caraxes. Caraxes is the only battle-tested dragon there.
You're talking about in the books.
Yeah. And especially recently, I mean, Caraxes was out fighting like a year and a half earlier, back in or actually it was much longer ago, 15 years ago, in the Battle of the Stepstones. Vermithor and everyone else hasn't done anything. So it's a stupid decision to send your best dragon rider away from your city, especially when you've just found out that Aegon is alive.
Right.
The whole thing. Okay. Real quick, Mark Reality, a member for 13 months, says the Greens were putting children on the wall. Yep, sort of reminds you about a certain way that a certain group of people will decide to fight battles today, but we don't need to talk about that. So this guy is on his way to the Queen's bedchambers, which I wasn't quite sure what he was going to say. Usually, I've kind of tracked the show pretty well. Was not expecting him to be telling her about Aegon this early. This bugged me.
I wasn't either. I really didn't know. I didn't know if they were going to have an event and not show it. Like, was he running to say, the princess has jumped, and then we never see her again? Stuff like that. Just didn't know. I really didn't know what he was going to do. But anyways, Aegon.
Did it feel weird hearing Rhaenyra go, he is risen?
Yes, I didn't like it.
Like, look, I'm never going to say, especially in the United States of America, you're not allowed to make fun of Christianity. Okay? I think we have to let ourselves be made fun of. I do think there's a limit. But this, and look, Ryan Condal and Ty McKell could have not meant a single thing by it. It could be an incredibly honest mistake. But this felt weird and kind of icky.
I mean, I know she was after the Septon to anoint her. Mm-hmm. And now with this, there was no way that was going to happen. I think that's the play they were doing.
100%.
I don't know. I didn't feel like it was any kind of slight on.
Yeah. But Damon's getting ready for I assume battle. Yeah, and Rhaenyra runs in and yells, "He is risen." She is in absolute. I mean, she's in a state like she's ready to just. One more thing, and she's probably just going to give up and just fly off to Essos and never touch Westeros ground again. Like, she is beside herself.
Well, she looks stupid, right? Because she's been spreading all this propaganda that he's dead. And so if they believe that he's dead and now he's alive, well, guess what? The gods brought him back for a reason.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she's what's the phrase? Hoisted on her own petard.
Yeah.
But we do. they get one last kiss, speak a little bit of Valyrian. I'm getting real tired of the prophecy.
The Valyrian is awesome.
Oh, it's great.
Matt Smith carried this episode, I think. I thought he was phenomenal in this episode.
This was Matt Smith's episode. And again, here's another really stupid thing that people keep saying on Twitter. I'm going to look for it. But they keep talking about how, so this thing. We got people on Twitter defaming Emma D'Arcy and Matt Smith from this episode, because there are people that are spreading this rumor about Emma D'Arcy and Matt Smith realizing that Ormond was going to be popular and decided to go to Ryan Condal and the producers and say, we want him out after this season. What? Even though he was going to die at the end of the season no matter what.
Really? I didn't see that.
So here's one of them.
That, man.
Here's one of them. Now, this person decided to tell me that they were making a joke. But I don't know. I don't really trust people from Turkey. The entire PR dumped on James Norton, while on one hand reducing James' screen time because Matt Smith and Emma D'Arcy are uncomfortable and killing him off in the season finale. Yeah, because he dies in the season finale. I mean, that's the way that show works. He literally, the entire story is he just dies. He dies at Templeton. So I don't know where you expected him to survive. Yeah. I tell you right now, had he survived, there'd been a lot more pissed off people than there are right now.
Yeah. There's no way he should have survived that battle, unless he fled. But even then, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought up fleeing, because more stuff to talk about. I'm just getting sick and tired of Rhaenyra doing the same thing every episode. So again, this season was stretched and it was very repetitive. I feel like, if we're going to recap the season, this crying, emotional stuff that Rhaenyra went through. Now, granted, maybe she needed to go through that, but it just went way too long. I needed her to switch and become this, I don't care anymore. I hate everybody. They're all going to burn Targaryen. That's who she was supposed to be. But they stretched it out over the entire season and it got stale. The same thing with Aemon at Harrenhal. I was so bored with Aemon at Harrenhal. When they cut to his scenes, I'm like, I'm really over this. Can we go back to something else?
I mean, it's something kind of magical about Harrenhal being able to just make every interesting character boring as hell.
And they did it with Daemon too. I thought Daemon scenes at Harrenhal were too long, too many. Like, hurry up and get him out of there.
Well, it almost, I tell you what it kind of feels like. So someone, I think it's Sean, loves to remind us that Warner Brothers doesn't have any money. And he's pretty much right about that. HBO has money because HBO makes money. But it feels like Ryan Condal were getting together with bean counters and decided, we have to stretch out these sets that we made for Harrenhal because we spent too much money on them. So now we need, instead of having 3 scenes, we're going to need them for like 40 scenes. That's really what it feels like.
So because of the money they spent in constructing the set, they wanted to.
That's sort of what it feels like. I can't really think of. Well, what's funny is, I mean, they're going to need them for the Aegon movie, so they could have just passed that on. And companies all over the place know how to pass on debt. But we do get more Valyrian, and that's always a good thing.
It's good when these two are talking in Valyrian. I really enjoy that. I think they still have good chemistry. I just got kind of over Rhaenyra just crying all the time. And I don't think that's the actress's fault. I think that's the writing and the direction that she's
It's
given.
absolutely the actor. Sorry, it's absolutely the writing's fault.
I think she's doing great with this character, and they need to give her that moment to become this nasty, evil Rhaenyra, which we saw in this episode. Like, why didn't they do this for 3 episodes?
Honestly, I even disagree on that. We didn't see that this episode. Once again, we get to watch a flip get switched where we don't really see any purpose for that flip.
Right.
You know, we all watched what's her name flip her switch in at the end when she burned King's Landing. Daenerys. We all watched her flip her switch, but there was no short of, oh, my best friend died. I mean, look, I've got a best friend, and if I had to watch somebody kill that best friend, you damn right that person's dying. I'm not burning an entire city because someone has made a decision to kill my best friend. The entire thing behind that was dumb as hell. Now, the funny thing is that it actually kind of ends up working if you go and rewatch the show in one sitting, because you see the flip happen a little bit earlier. Like, you honestly, you can see the flip happen in season 2. When the wizards steal the dragons, and then she starts running into like people screaming, "Where are my dragons? Where are my dragons?"
Yeah.
Like you can kind of start seeing it, but again, you kind of write it off because, well, she's mother of dragons. These are her children, so of course she's upset. But this entire thing is just, it's just off. And you know what's kind of funny? I think you can really tell who wrote what sections. So we've got 2 main writers in this episode. We've got Ryan Condal and T. McKell. So T. McKell, you might remember from A Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
She wrote for A Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
I think.
Or he? Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Wrote In the Name of the Mother and the Morrow. The last 2 episodes of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So, honestly, what needs to happen is the writing room for Night of the Seven Kingdoms just needs to take over the writing room for House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Because I do not think there's any mistake as to why this episode, even with its big mistakes, is so much better than I think every episode this season. Like this, honestly, this made the Battle of the Gullet look like a little bitch fest. Remember, the Battle of the Gullet is literally one ship with a bunch of volume and green screen behind it.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
Schick for 5 says, do you think they will complete the series next season or try to release a movie to complete it? They reaffirmed it's a 4-season show. That they are going to be finishing the season or the show next year or in 2 years. There will be, and we're gonna have to talk about this as well. There will be new dragons in House of the Dragon season 4. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are no new dragons. So,
where are they coming from? There
are 2 dragons that have been mentioned that they are 2 wild dragons, Cannibal and the Grey Ghost. And I don't see how you bring them. Look, everyone can sit here in the chat and say, unreliable narrator. Yeah, unreliable narrator. This guy, instead of being over here, might have been over there. Instead of them killing 2 children, they might have only killed 1. But you don't end up with unreliable narrator. You see a brand new dragon for the very first time in 100 years.
Yeah.
No one has seen the Cannibal in like 100 years.
It's too late.
It's incredibly too late.
It's too late to do this stuff in the final season. You should have all the character development done. You should have everything in place. everything starts to now end their story. The arc is supposed to be coming down at this point.
Yep. Everything should
And-
be paying off at this point.
Right. And it's too late if they're doing all this new stuff. It's yeah. I don't know. Like I said, there were things about this episode I really liked, but then there were things that I absolutely hated. The opening scene with her crying and screaming was just like, be pissed off. Don't be crying and screaming.
Scream. Like shout. Let it all
Right.
out.
And then
Real
cast
quick.
her wrath.
X-Wing 5 says poop cookie. Thanks, X-Wing. That's some high level of intelligence there. Thanks.
Clearly, he didn't care for it.
No. Yeah. So
I mean, I know we're gonna get there, but the White Worm. I mean, I know you're happy that she's over. We hope.
I was hoping for like throw it out of a window or something.
But
Like
none of that made sense.
praying.
None of that made sense. Your services are no longer needed. Like, for what? What happened?
Well,
like they
Because
hooked
she
up.
hasn't done anything.
They had relations. Rhaenyra's clearly feeling the,
Well, I
feeling
mean,
something
what it
for her,
tells
and then
you
all of a sudden
is
she wakes up and says, "You're done."
Damon clearly gave her some good the night before. Like she realized she didn't need the White Worm anymore.
It just
Maybe Mysaria wasn't very wormy.
it doesn't make any sense.
No, there's a lot that doesn't make any sense.
The actress needed to have her baby, so they just they said, "All right, we're just gonna write you off. We'll do it like this."
So I got issues with that too. You know I do. So now we get Bella and Rhaenyra having the shouting match. They probably should have happened or had 3 episodes ago.
Yeah.
Also, X-Wing will know this, so I'm going to let him tell us. How old is the word sortie?
You mean for military operations?
Yeah. Like that can't be a very old word. That just felt weird to me. Like, I know that's kind of nitpicking. I realize that, and I agree. But like, what are we doing? Missions, flights,
Yeah. It should have been campaign.
campaigns. Yeah. But sortie? Like,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what that felt like. It felt like Ryan Condon going, "Oh, this will be so cool." I have no idea what this is.
Veterans will like this one.
Yeah. Neil wants to know what percentage of this cookie is poop. Of this episode,
It's up for Mr. Wing.
40%. Of the show in general, 75%. What do you think, Lee?
I don't think this episode was that bad. I think the battle carried it carried a lot. Damon was awesome in the entire thing. I think every scene Damon was in, he was phenomenal, even with Rhaenyra.
Mm-hmm. Well, except for his fight at the end where he just, I don't know what the hell he was doing. Valyrian steel sword cuts through just about everything. Why are you not slicing that guy in half? She's kind of a bitch to her this is the problem with Targaryen kids.
Cousin. Damon is her uncle.
The son of my uncle, or sorry, the daughter of my uncle is my cousin. Yeah. She's kind of a bitch to her cousin. Well, it's it's that stepdaughter. So what's that song? The my father is now my brother. You know which one I'm talking about?
No.
Oh my god. I need to find this. This is hilarious. Family song on talk show. I know someone in the chat will know what I'm talking about.
While you're looking that up, I think the argument should have happened a long time ago with Damon present.
Yes.
I think that would have been an awesome scene.
There should have been, after they all get back home and finding out what Rhaena did, there should have been a blow up. Like that should have been the start of kind of the untrustfulness that Rhaenyra has for literally everyone. Now we're going to see it really come forth in season 4, because the two traitors are what cause her to really kind of start to doubt everyone she's involved with, even Daemon. But there should have been a knockout blowout here. And again, where's Rhaena? Just sitting there in a room somewhere, not speaking to anybody?
Yeah, she's confined.
So this is the one I was talking about. You've never seen this before?
I have my own grandpa.
Many, many years ago when I was 23, I was married to a widow who was pretty as could be. This widow had a grown-up daughter who had hair of red. My father fell in love with her and soon they two were wed. This made my dad my son-in-law and changed my very life. For
What the heck?
Was my mother, but she was my father's wife. To complicate the matter, even though it brought me joy, I soon became the father of a bouncing baby boy. My little baby then became...
You've never seen this?
I've never seen it before.
Oh, it's hilarious. I don't know if it's
too
real.
complicated
I
to
don't know
follow.
what it's from. Oh, dude, it's a mind F. But it is. I'll see it on Twitter like every, I don't know, 7 or 8 months. And I'll just sit there and listen to the whole thing because it's hilarious. Yeah, but that's what a Targaryen family tree is like. So we've got them yelling at each other here, and she becomes quite the bitch. You can see right here, she grabbed her by the face.
And see, if they did this 3 episodes ago with Daemon present,
and then have her kind of shout down to Daemon,
yes,
I'm the queen.
Yes, then you can start to see this evil shift.
Yeah,
and I think
but
that
we go from
played out
this
a lot
to this
better.
weird eye makeup thing that I guess she's supposed to look like a dragon or something.
I don't know if she just didn't get enough sleep.
I mean, she didn't get a lot of stuff.
You think that's makeup or like?
I mean, we'll look at it, but
blood vessels, you know. Do you think she went and was
hi,
like,
Wicked?
I'm gonna put makeup on.
Say hi, Wicked.
Hi, Wick.
She's in her edgy phase. Yep, she's sure in something. Yeah, so they finally have this knockout blowout between the two of them. But yeah, I mean, this thing's been building for a while now.
Did Wick watch it?
Have you watched it?
Sometimes she pops in and she's like, I haven't watched it yet, but just want to say hi. So I was just curious.
Breezy wants to know if that's Viserys' armor. Or Viseria's armor. I mean, it could be. I feel like if it was, they would have made a little bit of a note for us to see. Like, oh, Wicked's caught up.
Right, she got through the season.
Nice. Well, if you want to hop on, let us know. In fact, I'll even make it a little difficult for you to say no.
I didn't like the armor.
I had so many problems with that armor.
I didn't like it.
But we'll get to the armor.
She's not going into battle.
Yeah, we'll get to the armor. We got some stuff to discuss before that. So now we see a bit of a payoff from the last episode. Oh, it's okay. We understand. You don't like
Rats. Next episode. Oh wait,
see you in 2 years.
in 2 years.
God. Yeah, this is what's so ridiculous about this, about having to wait this much. I can reasonably assume that I'll be doing this for Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Okay, I can reasonably assume that. I don't know if I'll be doing this in 2 years.
Yeah. Wicked says, did you talk about Aegon yet? Kings is hosting this, so we're not anywhere near Aegon yet. That'll be like an hour from now.
Yeah, we really aren't. We're like a whole 15 minutes away from that.
We're 45 minutes in, and we're like 2 minutes into the show. The episode. Come on.
7, but yes.
Give or take.
Let's see. 5. So we finally get a bit of a payoff from something. And Alan
shows his cojones.
Yeah,
so will I, Wick.
What house is this? Valerian. God.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is Corlys' house.
The Valerian soldiers show up. They're ready to, because remember, they have been ordered to come keep the peace. And they think that they're getting ready to go save Corlys.
Yeah.
And so Alan here is like, no, we're here to keep the peace. We have a mission. Time to do what we're told to do. And they're like, they're not having it. They're ready to go save the sea snake right there. But again, they're like 12 days from Templeton.
Right.
So good luck getting there. But there's already an army camp there. Good luck getting there before the army does. So,
well, we know that there's transporters in existence here during this time because of last episode when
losing the travel speed in these shows really it affects dialogue, because having something like this guy say, are we not going to Templeton, is ridiculous, because this guy would know that he's like 2 weeks from Templeton, and there's no way that battle waits.
Well, they pulled that crap in season 8, and look where it got them.
Yeah,
right?
season 7
Game
too.
of Thrones. Yeah,
oh yeah.
It was
And, they've been doing it this entire season. Remember, apparently Buxton Ross has traveled a month worth of journey in 2.5 days to go steal Corlys and then back.
Yeah.
But Alan really does show his cojones. He takes command here. And you can tell that they're not happy. Now, I don't think they're happy because, we're going to talk about this too. I don't think they're happy because they feel like they're abandoning Corlys. I don't think it's because he's like a bastard or something. I think they're just not happy that Corlys isn't their leader at the moment. What do you think?
You think they're unhappy because? Say that one more time. You think?
So I think they wanted to go save Corlys. I don't think they wanted to do errands for the Queen, and they're upset that that's what they're having to do because Alan is telling them. I don't think it's how dare this bastard speak to us.
Oh, I think it's a combination of both. I think their loyalty is with Corlys for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they want to take orders from this guy either. Who is he? He's not even legitimized.
So this is the thing that I think is dumb about that. So I 100% agree with you on the first one. They are loyal to Corlys. They want to go save Corlys, all that stuff. This dude has been a badass in that Navy for like a decade. Everyone knows who Alan of Hull is. So I don't think there's any sort of this guy can't hold a candle to Corlys. I think it is solely oh, I really wanted to go rescue Corlys. Do we have to go play guard?
Yeah, but when somebody starts acting a little too big for themselves,
Good point. Yeah.
you know, and
So-
all of a sudden he starts throwing around, "I am the heir," or "I'm the son of Corlys," and whatever. And it's like
Mhm.
you're of nobody. You're a bastard. Don't try to throw that crap around. And he can't even say he's hand, even though he's hand of the king, of the queen. Proxy, but yet Corlys just bailed.
Yeah. Okay. So I had to rewatch this because this is such a dumb line. You're once and future Lord of the Tides.
Yeah.
He's talking about himself. He's also using language from the Legend of King Arthur. The King Arthur is the once and future king of Britain. That when times become so dire in Britain, Arthur will return and save Albia from itself.
On a sword.
Which, I mean, if there's ever time that it's Britain's darkest hour, it might be about now. But this is so dumb. The reason Arthur is the once and future king is because he was the king, he died, and there's a prophecy that he will return and be king again.
Yeah.
Alan has never been the Lord of the Tides.
Right.
He's basically saying, and I had to go back and look and make sure that that the way the dialogue was, he wasn't talking about Corlys. That he wasn't saying, we are rescuing your once. Okay, hang on a second, because now I think I'm wrong. His eldest living, he's talking about himself. He says that he is the named successor of Corlys Velaryon, your once and future Lord of the Tides. I think he's talking about himself, and that's not right. That's bad dialogue. It's bad writing.
So Corlys wouldn't be the future Lord of the Tides.
I mean, yeah, because he's the current Lord of the Tides.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand that line. Unless he's talking about Corlys being your once and him being the future.
Maybe, but that's not what that means.
Right.
Sean says he's calling Corlys the once and future Lord of the Tides, but there's no prophecy about Corlys returning to be Lord of the Tides in 150 years. It's bad dialogue. Neil, Corlys basically insinuates that once he's legitimized, he will be his heir. But he never actually says, "You are my heir."
Well, he can't.
Right.
Until he's legitimized.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
It won't hold any
hold no weight. Mm-hmm.
But I think I think it's safe to assume that people know he's the bastard son of Corlys at this point, since he's working and trying to get him legitimized.
Yeah.
That word's going to get around.
People have known, yeah.
He's pulled him from the shipyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's known.
So Sean says he's saying Corlys isn't the Lord of the Tides at this time because he's in captivity. So he was and will be when they recover him.
That
can
make sense, I guess. But so who's Lord of the Tides now?
I guess there isn't one because it's not him.
Can't be.
But yeah, there's a lot of dialogue options in this show or this episode that they feel weird. Swordy, once and future Lord of the Tides, all these things. But now we get to go to, I think, my first really angry moment. So, what did you think of this?
This scene with
So we got the High Towers and Darren playing their fight.
I don't know. I got nothing on it. I mean, it's more the same to me, right?
Yeah. So this is the first middle finger to George. in this episode.
Okay.
So there's two.
You're gonna have to
things here.
explain this kind of stuff.
Yeah. So there's two really dumb things that happen in this scene. Ormond knights Darren. Okay. And
Oh,
he
that
gives
happens
him-
here? That
Yeah.
happens right here?
Yep.
I thought that was a little further down.
See,
Okay.
it's right there.
All right.
So he knights Darren. Okay. First off,
So before
wrong. Yep.
you go,
Go ahead.
Before you go any further, that's okay. The knighting scene. In any other Game of Thrones stuff, whenever somebody's knighted, there's very specific things to say. Why does he do something totally different?
Because Ryan Condal is a schmuck.
Is this his FU to George?
Yes, this is the first FU to George.
Okay.
Now,
FU to
Breezy may
GRR.
have a point that he changes the oath so that Darren will be bound to obey him. But the oath, literally, in order to become a knight, you have to, there's argument that certain words have to be said over you. Okay? They are the words that we constantly hear. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the mother, I charge you to be merciful. In the name of the warrior, or the name of the father, I charge you to be just. All this stuff. Okay? Well, I mean, hell, guys, you can listen to it right now.
Proudest moment of my life. One knee in the dust, king's sword on my shoulder, listening to the words, in the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave.
All of that. Like I was really excited here because I thought, hey, I'm going to be able to recut this again for Night of the Seven Kingdoms Season 2 and add another part of the oath. Nope, we get a made-up oath here. And the thing that blows my mind so much about that is this is a Hightower changing the rules here. The oath of the knight literally comes from the seven-headed god, the seven-faced god. And there's a reason why Northmen don't really usually become knights because they follow the old gods. They would
the
never take an oath. Yeah, they would never take an oath to the new gods, and that's what this is supposed to be. I mean, literally on Ormond's armor are the seven-headed god, seven-faced god. All down his chest plate are the different faces of the gods.
I need a hot second. I'll be right back.
Yep. And so for him, for Condor to change this, when no one has done anything differently, when we've gotten four instances of that knight's oath, and for him to know, there's no way that Condal and HBO are not aware that one of the kind of fan favorite moments is when we get these oaths. One of the coolest parts in season 1 of Game of Thrones was when we got the Night's Watch oath. Like it builds the lore, it builds the world. And having a Hightower who literally rules in Old Town, I mean, he is the head of Old Town right now. The Starry Sept sits in Old Town. The head of the faith lives in Old Town. The Pope is in Old Town, is what I'm saying. And
I liked it when Brienne got knighted. I thought that was cool.
And so for them to just completely change this up and act like Ormond is maybe not aware of it or is lying to take to increase his power stake is there's a phrase we have in the law. Well, I won't say it's a phrase, but it is very hard to go on the stand and lie. Okay, it just is. And Ormond is one of those guys that it would be very hard for Ormond, the head of House Hightower, to defile such an honorific as this. So this really pissed me off. The thing that pissed me off even more was literally 10 seconds later when he tells him to rise Darren the Daring. Why are you calling him Darren the Daring? He hasn't done a damn thing.
What has he done?
Literally, the only thing he's done is not had his dragon burn you alive.
Right.
That's it. And why is there an issue here? Because they cut out the Battle of Honeywine, where Darren literally flies into the battle, saves everybody, and gets the name Darren the Daring.
Yeah.
All the agency that Darren's supposed to have is gained in that moment of Honeywine. And by cutting it out, they've basically just plastered this name across him and ruined it.
It doesn't make any
nothing.
sense.
It is the emptiest, it is the most empty title I've seen in the entire history of Westeros. None of this makes sense. This is my first really big problem with this episode.
Yeah.
Is by and this is how we see, this is one of the examples of the butterflies thing. The the post that he's daring, no one knows he's daring. Yes, thank you, Sundowners. 100%. This just goes back to George's blog post, Beware the Butterflies, back in July last year or 2 years ago, where he posted about how all these changes that Ryan Condal is making to the show are going to affect the show. You can't tell the story correctly, even if all you do is omit Maelor, because now there's no reason for Helena to kill herself. It makes no sense for Helena to jump out of the window and do that when she's sat here, like we said earlier. She sat here for 7 episodes now, going, "Oh my daughter, oh my daughter, oh my daughter, oh my baby, oh, we just want her to be safe." And now she's just whoop.
Yeah, there you could clearly. I mean, if you followed what happened in the novel, in the book, the depression is so much more believable than just being held captive by Rhaenyra, whose family, by the way.
Yeah, Helena does, or Faizab. I've heard it's a weird name. I don't remember how to say her name, but
The
that
actress?
actress, yeah,
Fia Saban.
Fia Saban does a great job of playing Helena in this season. And well, I mean the show in general. And like very good at kind of being the needy, sickening sickly person.
Yeah.
But Ryan just destroys her with removing her entire reason for living and acting like it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Right. First off, she's expecting.
Yeah.
And she was so like, when her mother was there, Alicent, and they wanted to escape, she was so adamant about taking Jaehaerys or Jaehaerys.
See, yeah, I don't remember how to say that one.
Jaehaerys, I don't know. So adamant about, I'm not leaving my child. And yet here she is in captivity. Her child is still alive. And she's expecting. And now I'm just going to jump. None of that really made sense in her character. Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys. Now, if you go by the book, she, at the time one of her children was assassinated, she had all 3.
Yeah.
And the thieves came in, or the assassins came in and made her pick one, and she picked
Maelor,
the child, for them to execute, and they executed a different one anyway.
Mm-hmm. And Maelor grows up knowing that, I say grows up, it's 7 months later. Knows that his mother picked him to die, and the loss of Maelor in the end is what drives her to jump out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is such a believable depression
there's also a moment. This is the other thing we were robbed of. Look, I get that a dragon costs a lot of money to make, but you already built the dragon for the really stupid dream scene that nothing happened of. So why don't you give us the actual scene where Dreamfire freaks out the second Helena dies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We see
Just
Darren's
really-
dragon too.
We do, yep.
What did you think of that? I was curious. I can't remember if Darren's dragon was a pipsqueak in the books because that dragon looked pitiful.
Yeah, I mean the dragon's about as old as Darren is, because I'm pretty sure it hatches with Darren. It's because the egg is the egg is placed in Darren's crib per Targaryen tradition.
Right.
Oh no, Sundowner corrected me. It's the same as Moondancer, who's Bella's
Moondancer?
dragon.
Bella, yeah. So that's
Fastest dragon in the realm. So honestly,
Pretty
it
decent
should be a little bit bigger, but fine. I mean, honestly, this one looks like it's about the same size as Arax, which is Luke's dragon. But yeah, should have been, I don't know, let's say this one's 15 hands, it should have been 17 hands. You know, that's how they measure horses. But yeah, this really pissed me off. I was really angry about this. And Sundowners, this I think is the first middle finger from Ryan to George in this episode.
I didn't quite get it. It didn't make any sense to me to rewrite the oath and just,
especially when you could have just copy and paste. I mean, the oath is already there on several episodes. You could have just gone IMDb, copy.
But
and
even if
paste,
you're trying to make Ormond just look like a prick, right?
Mhm.
Somebody,
Not
Gwaine
hard.
could said, "That's
Yeah,
not the
Gwain's
oath.
a knight. Gwain's a knight. Why didn't he say anything?
That's not.
There's
how you
another
say
knight
it."
right there behind him. Buxton
then-
Ross is a knight.
Yeah, and then Ormond could say, "Mind your tongue." You know, just add
Yeah.
a little dialogue to. You know, it's just I don't know the whole thing. There's so many things that occurred that just didn't make any sense. There's no explanation. So Sean says they're never going to do the Maelor story correctly. It would never fly on TV. I agree. That
So-
would be very heavy. However, you have to write something if you're still going to have her jump out the window. You have to write something that makes sense. And her
I actually
expecting-
think you could have done Maelor. Maybe a little bit lighter, but I think you could have done Maelor.
even if you just had it dialogue, but you didn't
Mhm.
actually see it.
Yeah, well, you keep it like we had Blood and Cheese. Present the offer or present the choice, Helena's choice. It'll be the #1 rated movie among all grieving women in their early 40s.
Yeah.
Present the choice and have her pick Maelor. They go, and then off screen you hear that.
Yeah. The song.
And then 4 episodes later, you have the Battle of Bitterbridge, where Maelor dies. You don't have to show Bitterbridge, or you don't have to show the death of the child. You can insinuate the hell out of that. News is brought to. I mean, and the way you do that is you basically have the camera pan away, and then an episode later, you have someone come into Helena's chambers and present her with, the bloody rag she gave Maelor when he left.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And then she spends the next 3 episodes holding this rag going, Maelor.
Right.
Jahara.
She's just in a.
Oh my God. And then she jumps out the window. Also, somebody got to bolt these damn things shut. There's a reason Vegas windows don't open.
I want to see the moon.
There are cracks in the windows. You can look at the moon through the cracks. So now we get our fifth favorite dragon rider. We get Ulf. Ulf finally having him one ale with the lads.
Yeah.
But it's an ale in Tumbleton. Also, so Rhaenyra doesn't have spies, huh? So I mean, Mysaria, Mysaria is just terrible at her job even more. You've got another dragon rider sitting in a bar in the enemy city, touting, "Oh, I'm with the Greens now. We're gonna put that bitch on heel." No.
And then calling out Daemon.
No one finds out. Yeah, and calling out Daemon. And no one finds out. Otto had better spies than the Maspero Whisperers does.
Yeah.
This is pathetic. Like, honestly, she should have been slaughtered right there in her room. Someone should have walked in and cut her head off.
I did not like the Ulf scenes. Even so later, and even when they couldn't find him, I didn't find that funny. I found that stupid. There's no way. Yeah, he may have been drinking, but there's no way he was going to go to that level and pass out sitting on the John.
You ever pass out on the John?
No.
For like a minute or two? Never.
No.
I have done one of those. It's been 3.5 days since I've gotten sleep, and I've gone. And then about a minute later, I go, whoa, okay, it's time to go to bed.
No,
that doesn't. One of the most unbelievable things was that guy sleeping on the John with his pants around his ankles for clearly a day. Like that's
for an extended period of time.
Yeah,
and knowing that there's a battle that you're going to betray. I mean, really?
Yeah. And then the other thing.
I think I'll take a nap.
So this is just more proof of how dumb the Blacks are, because the side in this Civil War, okay? Because you've got Daemon, a proven warrior, showing up. The other nuclear bomb you brought to the party is sitting over there with no one looking after the trigger.
Right.
And you go, "Oh, someone find him." As if the location of the dude with the football would not be known to everybody. The whole thing, all of this, and again, all done to justify how they kill Ormond. They wanted Ulf to turn around and burn a black and a green.
Yeah.
So they do this stupidity.
And so now, if you're Ulf, where do you go? You have no friends anymore.
So what I think will end up happening is Ulf is going to stay on the side of the Greens because he wasn't burned. Was he in that fire blast? Oh, that sucks. I thought I was killing the Blacks. I didn't know he was there. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gwaine.
That's lazy writing. If that happens, that would be lazy. Come on.
What? Dude, there's 8 episodes left. They don't have time to do anything else.
I don't know where he's going to go because he betrayed both sides. He's got a stinking dragon. He can never go into a tavern again without being recognized. Mm-hmm. And now he's Ulf the betrayer.
Yeah, so this thing, he betrayed Ormond. I don't think he betrayed the Greens. I think they're going to make a distinction there. And Aegon's going to be so needed for dragons that they're going to, or I mean, shit, they could just start season 2 with Tumbleton 2 where they die. Not to spoil anything, guys.
But why does he believe in the cause of the Greens now? I mean,
because they let him drink.
He cut a deal with Orman.
Yeah, because it's not. I believe in your cause. It's you're letting me drink. Okay, you're letting me have an ale with the lads. That's another thing. I swear these writers sit there in that room and go, "That's going to be a meme. That's going to be a meme. That's going to be a meme."
Yeah.
Like, I think they have a rule. They need 4 memes per episode.
I don't know. I didn't really care for the Ulf stuff. I just thought it was so over the top.
Yeah.
I think they were trying to go for comedic storytelling, finding him on the toilet.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of an Elvis thing. So
yeah. I mean, Ulf is he just likes to hit the bar. Like, he wasn't.
Oh, he's a big old alky. So Rhaenyra has made a decision. Finally, we are 2 seasons in. She's been queen for 2 seasons, and she has taken the end of season 3 for her to make a decision. They are going to march on the Sept, and she will be declared queen and ruler of the 7 kingdoms by the 7th.
She's going to make him ordain her.
Yep.
Or anoint her queen or whatever. Not ordain. Bad word.
No, I think ordain works.
Isn't it when
Anointed.
You're ordained,
So
like she's going to be a minister?
I mean, I think
priestess?
so, but I think ordain in general is a blessing by priests. And then, but anointed also work. I think they both work. So yeah, she's going to require that she be anointed in the light of the 7.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, the thing is, like, this would have worked so much better a week ago when everyone still believed Aegon was dead. But now you've got the revival of Aegon and the dragon that we've all seen dead for, remember, like 4 episodes ago. David makes it clear she's dead.
I thought about what you just said. If they did this last week or last episode, before they announced that Aegon was back, imagine the weight that carries, where she goes and forces her way into the Sept, actually has one of them executed, and then they anoint her. Then it comes out. It's almost like the gods actually did bring him up because she forced the hand of the Sept, right?
So,
Lee,
I know you don't need to be specific at all of this answer. Okay, you can be extremely generic. What is your job?
Let's say I work in accounting.
Okay. So you don't write scripts for Hollywood?
No.
You're nothing involved with Hollywood?
No.
Yeah. And yet you're making a more compelling show sitting here on a stupid YouTube channel than their own job. Like, their job is to make the best TV show. And 2 random people on the internet are coming up with better ideas than the actual people paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it.
I mean, well, they got the source material is all there, but
yeah, well, that's the thing that's even more annoying. Like, you've got the story already written.
Yeah.
You could sit there, feed the damn thing into ChatGPT and say, give me 40 episodes of this show, and cut out half of that salary you're having to pay.
Yeah.
But that's why they have marches and stuff. So she's finally made a decision. They will march on the Sept. She will be anointed in the light of the 7. She does not care. And this is where that switch gets flipped. And we know that because the very next scene is the best scene of the season. Goodbye, you white worm bitch. I don't understand.
What is this you are telling me? Her Grace wishes I do what? Her Grace wishes I go where?
And Also, they are playing up this this handmaiden a lot. She's going to have a big role in season 4.
Yeah, you can
because there is no other handmaid in the entirety, handmaid or handmail, whatever the king's equivalent would be for a handmaiden. I don't know, knight in waiting. None of them in all of Westeros have as much screen time or dialogue as this woman here. So something's going to happen. But Rhaenyra has made the decision. Wow, my Master of Whisperers is terrible. She doesn't know anything, so it's time to kick her out. What do you think?
If she's mad because she didn't know about Aegon from the White Worm, and she found out through the Maester after everybody else found out, why didn't she say that? Like, then that starts to make sense why you're getting rid of her, because this was the most pivotal thing that could happen to Rhaenyra, Aegon rising again. Right? But
Yeah.
they just walk in and said, pack your things, here's some money, and your services are no longer required. Thank you very much. No explanation. There should have been an argument.
I mean, it literally feels like just a normal job firing.
Or layoffs. Trim the fat.
Yeah.
But really,
that's what it
Rhaenyra
feels
should have
like.
gone to her, and they should have had Rhaenyra should have stuck it to her. Like, I find out about Aegon through the Maester after everybody else knows, and you're my Mistress of Whispers.
The other thing,
and the tension should be there, right? Now all of a sudden the White Worm is scared. Rhaenyra just leaves. Then this scene makes more sense.
Yeah. They definitely. I agree with what you said earlier. This is definitely we're gonna need to just go ahead and shoo you off because you need to give birth to your kid. We'll see you next year. Like, I think that's exactly because. So what happens to her sucks. Like, it's bad. They definitely won't do it, but it's bad. The other thing that's funny is, if I remember correctly, and Sean and Breezy are going to catch me on this as well, maybe Mark as well. She is, in the book, she is incredible at her job. Like, she's argued as being the best Master of Whisperers ever. And sure didn't see it in this. Like, she might have a skilled tongue, but it sure ain't for finding secrets.
She was better at secrets, deception, and scheming up to the point that she got put on the council.
Yeah.
As soon as she got put on the council, she lost all her skills at deception, scheming, whispers, all that.
I had to look her up for a second because I couldn't remember her time prior to Rhaenyra rise to power and all that. But so during Mysaria's rise to power, Lars Strong had tried to kill her in a fire. So he kind of how Lars burned Harrenhal and killed his family. He tried to do the same thing to her. She survived that. And then from Dragonstone, she orchestrates and rules over like the largest network of spies across the Seven Kingdoms ever.
Yeah. Well, clearly didn't in this case.
Mm-mm. Well, they stopped her from being a whore.
You still have your connections?
I guess not. So Helena's out of the chicken coop. and she's leaving, or she's being told that her yard time is up. And so she walks back into the keep, and she sees her vision. If I rewind it, I might be able to. Gosh, she looks just destroyed. Is she the best actress in this show?
She's very good.
Like, and I don't necessarily mean like, the best speaker or anything like that, but with just a look, she tells you so much information.
She does a tremendous amount of acting with her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not a lot of words. Her words are very like poetic. Her dialogue, or
her dialogue is very simple.
It's very poetic, foreshadowing, dream talking, whatever you want to call it. But she does a lot of acting with her eyes, her expressions.
Mm-hmm.
I think she did an amazing job. Yeah.
Yeah. So she comes back through here and she sees her vision from the last episode, the white horse pulling the wagon. And on this wagon is going to be Mysaria leaving King's Landing. And this is where Mysaria decides that she's going to betray the queen. And she tells Helena, do not trust the queen. I think she calls her a whore, something along those lines. And the Targaryen soldiers just sit there and let them talk.
I was gonna say, like, she doesn't start. Are they not allowed to do anything? Because
there's like no pulling. There's no pulling either of them away. Neither of them. They're both of them are supposed to be going somewhere. And the soldiers just like, yeah, we'll let y'all chat. Yeah, sure. Y'all want to chat?
Clearly, they're not going to touch Helena. She's a princess.
You called my queen a bitch? Okay, I'll let you sit here and talk.
Yeah, like no, mind your tongue. Nothing.
Exactly. But yeah, and I think she talks about how her child will become a pawn and a victim of Rhaenyra. And I swear that's going to be used as the example of why she decided to jump and all this stuff. And I'm sure Ryan Condal has made some dumbass post about, this is what this all means. And it just doesn't make sense.
She doesn't know who she is, right?
Yeah.
She doesn't
100%.
know Mysaria, White Worms. Helena has no relationship with her. She's hearing some person being escorted out by soldiers, by guards, clearly being exiled.
So we know she knows who she is because Allison had that whole conversation with her in their prison room. But there's no way Helena's smart. She's not some simpleton.
Right.
Like, she's smart. I don't think she would trust this woman.
That's it. Yeah, what she does know, right? Based on the conversations where she's coming in and talking to Allison and whatever. Like, there's nothing there. There's no relationship that's being developed. There's no sense of trust. It's all schemes.
So even in the Faith of the Seven, suicide, blah, 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 that word you're not allowed to say on YouTube, is not allowed. It is not permitted. Those who hasten their visit to the Seven are not favored very highly. That's a very common thing, and in just about every fake religion I've ever seen in any sort of fantasy thing, like that stuff's never allowed, which is kind of that's a whole nother thing. But I've always found that interesting. So now Helena, we are 15 minutes in the episode. I'm sorry. No. Now we're going to Harrenhal. Let me get the right shot because I think we're just kind of knock out all of Harrenhal. Well, all of Alice and Aemon.
So basically, it's more Aemon laying in bed.
Yes.
He's recovering from the poison.
Ewan Mitchell has had the easiest job this season.
Yeah.
Just let me make out with women.
Not much of a costume, just a pair
Yeah.
of raggedy pants.
and a wig. He's got to spend an hour a day getting the wig on, and every other time he just lays in bed, makes out with Olivia Cook and whoever this lady is. I mean, it's not a bad life. If I could get paid $100,000 or probably $100,000 per episode to sit there and make out with Olivia Cook, I'd do it. I'd do it for 50.
Why not?
So we got. I mean, the highlight of this part is the origin story of Alice Rivers. What did you think of that?
I wasn't paying attention.
Wow.
I'm not gonna
So-
lie.
So
I was gonna
Alice-
ask you, like, she went into the story and it was sad and whatever. This backstory was that in the book? Because I don't think it was.
No. So Ryan Condal decided to give Alice Rivers an origin, which she doesn't have.
Yeah.
And I am relatively sure that I saved his comment on this. Yes. We, in giving Alice, and thus Gail Rankin, who so delightfully plays her across these 2 and coming 4 seasons, the idea was she's the witch character that seems to know more than anybody else in the room. But how do we underpin that with an understandable humanity that grounds the character? And for sure, it's a crazy story, but it fits into the lore of A Song of Ice and Fire world. And we wanted to give Alice a real underlying motivation. It doesn't, but this is something we actually broke for her going all the way back to season 2, because we know the role that we wanted her to play in the story as this kind of guru figure for both the opposite sides of the Targaryen coin. Daemon in season 2 and then Aemon in season 3. But what does she actually want? And what does she want from them? So here's my problem. Okay, let's start with this. So they created this backstory that she's actually so she never confirms this, but there's a bunch of confirmations from like pretty big Twitter accounts saying that the story is now that she was the wife of Harren the Black. And she survived the burning of Harrenhal. Apparently, she was the only one that could survive it because everyone else died. And she spent a bunch of time dealing with like evil magics, old magics older than Westeros itself, to save her child who gets burned by dragon fire, but nothing could affect the magic of the dragons. And she has been twisted and boiled in that anger for the last 131 years.
So help me understand. She got through all that, and I was like, yeah, and so what?
Yeah.
What weight does that carry? And what am I supposed to do with that? Does this explain why you're doing something? Why you've got Aemon? Why you had Daemon?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really explain anything. So clearly,
what's
all
the
this
point?
is it. What it really feels like is Ryan Condal again destroying a piece of lore that George made. George has kind of created this mysticism around Harrenhal, this curse of Harrenhal, and now it appears like, oh, that curse is just Alice Rivers. Every single time someone shows up to say, I'm the new lord of Harrenhal, Alice Rivers comes out and goes, hey, here's my vagina. Do you want it? Oh, you don't? Okay, well, you're going to die. Until someone shows up that's going to make me the queen of Harrenhal again. That's what it seems like. And I think she approached Daemon in a totally different way. But with Aemon, it's a much more intimate relationship. And they're two cursed people feeling left alone in the world. And they bond over all of that. And Alice sees what Aemon needed. She saw what Daemon needed too and gave it to him. And she saw what Aemon needed, which is a similar kind of spiritual growth, but in a much different way. All this, do you remember your English class?
Aemon wants the throne.
Aemon wants to burn the world. To quote Alfred, some people just want to watch the world burn.
He is not interested in being Lord of Harrenhal.
Yeah, this whole thing is just complete BS. So, do you remember your like English classes, your literature classes, stuff like that? Vaguely, maybe.
Ago.
Well, it could be that long ago.
Maybe a little bit.
You remember sitting there and having to go, okay, what's the theme of the book? What were the author's interpretations of writing this character? Yeah. You know why you sucked at it? Because it's bullshit. Why did F. Scott Fitzgerald write Sarah this way in The Great Gatsby? Because that's the way he wrote it. There's very rarely in any of these books are there this like underpinning of this weird theme built in with they do it terribly with Victorian novels written by women, where they try to just say, this just shows that women were really underappreciated and all this stuff. When the entire reason that Emily Bronte wrote her stuff is because she was a horn dog who couldn't get a man. So she wanted it's all smut is what she writes. She just writes Victorian smut. That's what this entire thing is. It's an English class of Ryan Condal trying to sound intelligent, trying to sound like he's created this like new way of looking at this world and looking at these events of Harren the Black and the burning of Harrenhal by Balerion and Aegon, and it's complete bullshit.
And why did Aemon, after she was done, feel the need? Like, it's like he got compassionate, sensitive towards her. That's not Aemon.
Well, yeah. So this is what's crazy. So right here, she is giving the story about how her son died. That's the basic of the story. Okay. Oh no, your son died. Wow. Like 1 million people's sons have died.
Yeah.
Why should I feel sorry for you? Like, look, see that guy over there? His son died.
Aemon doesn't.
That guy's son died. That woman's son died.
Yeah.
And so he, I don't know, gets understanding or empathetic or something. He develops characteristics that he has not had since day one.
Right. Right.
And this is bad writing.
Allison has gone on to tell people like Rhaenyra and everybody, you know who Aemon is. You know what he's capable of doing. You know how he thinks. You know how he is. Like, he is a monster. That's why Allison was okay with offing him. And
yeah, again, was willing not to go
to like this is so against his character unless it's mommy issue is what they're trying to push.
Yeah. Well, see, so this is the crazy thing. She's literally, and I'm going to be a little rude here. She's literally in the process of writing him in the last episode.
Yeah.
And he's just not about it. And then he finds out that she's actually a 130-year-old mother, and he's like, "Oh, baby, yes!" He's got the biggest mommy issues I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh
boy.
20 minutes in, Helena and Rhaenyra are chatting, and we get more of Rhaenyra's. I need to know that the prophecy is right.
Yeah.
How many times she's basically had the same 4 lines throughout since she got crowned.
Yep. And what else does she continue doing? She wants the tapestry.
Well, she doesn't even look at the tapestry here.
Oh, you're right. You're right. She just wants Helena to pay attention.
And literally, Helena's telling her. The entire thing is in her hands. Yeah. And she's just like, yeah. So she lies here. This is where Helena does the whole, you're ugly, and what you want is ugly, and power is ugly.
Which is actually, it was kind of, I thought it was kind of cool coming from Helena.
So it worked very well because it was like, it almost seemed like this was her last fight. Like
Yeah.
she needed to win a battle against Rhaenyra, and I think she wins here.
She did. Rhaenyra, she got shook, right? Like very frustrated.
God, I hope not. Okay, we got a fight between Adam and Alan here.
Well, before that,
Yeah.
the end of that scene was a little disturbing too, because the two of them, the sisters, half sisters, are going at it,
Mhm.
and she's just at the end of it, she's just like, "Whatever, you're gonna eat."
Oh,
else you're gonna
yes,
force
yes,
my
thank
hand.
you. Yes. And yeah, they force food down her throat.
They force feed her, which was, I feel
So-
bad, but even then, she was so concerned about Jahara that she's not gonna eat and take care of the one in the womb. Like
The whole thing, you're either worried about your baby or your child. I mean, I guess you can be worried about both of them. But if you die because your baby is eating everything, because I imagine it's sort of like muscle, where if you don't provide the sustenance through food, that the baby would start like eating away at your muscle, because of how muscle
that's what I've heard.
deposits first.
The baby takes what it needs. The
Yeah.
body will start giving that
Mhm.
baby whatever it needs during development.
So you're either concerned about your baby or you're concerned about your child. And I'm saying baby and child to make it clear who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Or you're not concerned about either of them. But if you die because you don't feed your baby, then your child's going to die. There's going to be no one there to protect your child.
Right.
So again, that's why the whole thing that happens at the end doesn't make any sense.
No, so by her, how do I say this? By her, Helena taking matters into her own hands, she's condemned not only the child in the womb, but
Mhm.
her living
Yeah.
child that's
Well,
still
and
being held.
The other thing that's
Because
really dumb is the
Rhaenyra
living
doesn't. Why would she keep that other kid around?
Yeah, the other child is a girl. They're not. She's got a son. She's got 3 sons.
Yeah.
None of them are going to be second in line to Helena's child, female child. So there's no concern here over line of succession.
Yeah.
So all of this is just more crap done by Alicent to ruin everything. Alicent has poisoned Helena with this thought that her child, either of her childs, are going to be pawns. Jaharis might be a pawn in the sense that, she's going to get married off to someone.
Yeah.
But that's it. But that's what Rhaenyra was. That's what Helena was. That's what every single female in the realm is. Make the best of it. Just like what Rhaenys said in season 1, episode 3. First time, I think it's the first time we hear Millie Alcock actually speak Valyrian.
Oh, when they're on the
when they're like
balcony
in
there?
and she's kind of saying, why. And well, it's also what like Damon and her kind of talk about. Damon's like, how dare you think that your life is so much better or so much worse than the poor woman down the street?
Yeah.
So we get a fight between the holes.
Very quick.
Yeah. So we talked about that, Sundowners. And again, it's just a dumb thing, because if that's the purpose, if that's the reason that Helena decides to jump, why are you trusting the white worm? The white worm betrayed you earlier. There's absolutely nothing to make you think that the White Worm is on your side here. That's just dumb. You were about to say something about Helena?
I forgot.
Okay. So we get a fight.
Other than she still has a kid. I mean,
yeah. So we get a fight between Adam and Alan here. Adam's really crushing on Bella.
Yeah.
Or Bela. And it's leading to issues between Adam and Alan here. Alan just wants to do his duty, do what he's told to do. Adam, I asked, maybe it's part of being a dragon rider, but Adam becomes a lot more, what's the word? Independent. He sees things a little more like 10,000 feet up instead of being stuck on the ground and not being able to, fly away.
What did he mean when he said, "I have no ambition but to discharge my duty"?
Do his duty.
Discharge?
Yeah. The oath of office for a officer of the military has language like that says you would discharge the duties and the orders of the officers placed above you. And it just means to do what you're told. But Alan has said, we're going to escort the queen to the Sept. And Adam is, again, geography people. Adam is angry that they're not marching on Tumbleton. Tumbleton is 12 days away.
Yeah.
Even if Tumbleton is 4 days away, that's 4 days. The battle will be over. There are dragons there.
Yeah. By dragon, you could probably get there a lot faster.
Well, yeah. So, Adam, why aren't you leaving?
Yeah.
You go rescue your daddy. Alan doesn't have a dragon. Alan can't. Alan is literally his family's representative on the council. He is he's what
right.
Tyrion was for Tywin.
And his daddy told him to be the hand.
Yeah. 100%. It just feels like forced anger here.
And it's another quick scene too.
It is. There's a lot of quick scenes.
3 seconds and then they jump.
I
guess. Let me back up. They don't jump to something totally different.
Yeah, we're about to get to
the dialogue between the brothers is done.
Yeah, we're about to get to a lot of 2-minute clips here. So I don't know. Do you want to go through each clip, or do you want to just kind of log what they are and then talk about everything up to the battle?
No, I'd say let's keep going because there's a couple things visually I want to.
So
bring up.
Rhaenyra comes out.
And I'm not a fan of the armor.
Yeah. So someone mentioned that it might be Visenia's armor. If it is, cool. But this looks like shit compared to what we get in Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
The crown fit directly on her head. Now she's got chainmail, and the crown still fits on her head.
Yeah. That's the thinnest chainmail I think I've ever seen.
It's nitpicky on my part.
It's very clearly a coif, a quilted coif designed to look like chainmail. It doesn't look like chainmail at all. This is something that LARPers would get. And this is a $30 million episode.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't serve a purpose. I don't get what she's trying to show here. She's not going into.
She's trying to be Aegon.
Does she even have a weapon?
She wants to be Aegon. Yeah, she does. You see, do you have the stream pulled up?
Yeah.
Do you see the eye in review?
Do I see the?
So you see the background?
Yeah.
Okay, you see the eye next to the V?
Yeah.
All right. Right above the eye and to the right is the pommel of the sword.
All right. But she doesn't know how to swing it.
No, it's too heavy for her. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
and if I may, there's Joffrey.
Yeah, guess who fucking woke up?
Who's been asleep the past 2 episodes?
He's been asleep for like 3 episodes.
Hasn't wanted to go and talk to him. I had a problem with that. Like, oh, now you're going to talk to Joffrey? Like, I mean,
you know,
he's
I
been
tell you
calling
what,
for you
I
for 2
feel
episodes.
bad. Yeah, I feel bad for the kid because the only way to get your SAG card is to get cast and then I think you have to have 2 lines.
You gotta have a line.
So unless he's currently has a SAG card, he still can't get his SAG card.
Right.
I feel bad for him. You're cast in a multi-million-dollar show and you can't join the guild. So
I wonder if they did that on purpose. Like, we don't really want to pay this kid union. He's not going to have much of a part here.
So we had this intro, and now we fast forward to Darren, Gwaine, and Ormond on the battlements for Tubbleton, where we see that Ormond is doing some of the more despicable stuff ever, and placing children on the battlements to prevent them from being fired upon.
Yeah, it's some tactic to like, well, they're not going to attack innocent.
Yeah. So Ormond correctly
younglings.
predicts. Ormond correctly predicts that Rhaenyra will not fire on children because she does not want her mandate sullied with the death of children. To which, of course, everyone says "F that" in like 20 minutes.
Right.
And now he's about to freak out because he's about to find out that Ulf has not reported it.
Well, his trump card was Ulf and his dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is how we're going to win this thing. You go and burn up the army.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, no one can find Ulf.
Yeah. And again, you've got... It's not like Silverwing is sitting there over on the side of the Greens. He's still over there with the Blacks.
Yeah.
And Ulf is nowhere to be seen. Why has someone not gone, hey, guys? And I mean, it happens in like 20 minutes. But, they've been camped there for, 3 or 4 days probably. Ulf's been gone this entire time. Why hasn't someone said, hey, the dude with the codes to the nuke isn't around? Anyone seen him?
Right. Wouldn't you want to keep him on the ready?
Yeah, like if the Air Force guy with the football doesn't show up on Air Force One doesn't take off.
Better yet, like, I got the codes, but I'm gonna head down to the bar for a little while.
Yeah, the bar in the town controlled by the Russians.
Right. No, you're not gonna do that.
Mark's probably right. Everyone was just happy that the drunk was gone. And Gwaine and Darren now sit here hatching a plan. A very, might I say, dumbass plan. Like, this entire thing is dumb as hell.
What were they going for? Like, why did
they were trying to save
feel
the
like
innocent? Well, also, again, so this is the problem with the bad writing. So at the end of the last episode, Gwaine sits there at a window, looks at Ormond and says, not that I think you have the best plan, but what is your plan?
Yeah.
As if he's ready to go along with his boss's plan. Remember, Ormond is in charge of Gwaine.
Right.
Gwaine is just this, second cousin. Ormond is the head of his house. He's bound to serve Ormond, and he's just like, fuck that. Again, they don't really take too kindly to oath breaking in Westeros.
So he decides to use Corlys.
Yeah, so they decide. Let's see. Hang on. Do they? Yeah.
as
So
leverage.
so they decide to go grab Corlys and try to use him to create this plan.
for
Now,
peace.
did you notice a little mimicry here?
Yeah, it kind of reminisced of
Ned and the
Ned
Dark
Stark
Stones.
in the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
season.
I thought so too. I don't know if that's on purpose, but
Yeah.
a nice little, hey guys, remember this? So 100% a nice little callback to the probably one of the more popular images of Game of Thrones for the first 4 or 5 years of Ned Stark there in the black sails with the light reflecting on his face.
Yeah.
It's just a whole bunch of, if you think I would turn my cloak on the queen, then you got another thing coming. And then Gwaine says, well, I guess we'll have to do things the hard way. To which I definitely thought more body parts were getting cut off.
Yeah, maybe another
Yeah, another middle finger.
Another digit.
Yeah. But no, now we get Rhaenyra.
All right. So the eye thing that's going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Is this stress related? Is this makeup?
It wasn't there 4 hours ago.
I know. Like I
think it's got to be makeup, but what's she trying to do? Is she trying to do a dragon eye thing? Like, what are we doing? It's weird. Honestly, it looks like she's on heroin.
So I thought it was stress related and just rage related.
I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people on heroin. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm not really sure what it looks like. But based off of videos I've seen from California, she just looks like she hasn't slept in a week.
And I dig that. I'm fine with it. The thing is, it one scene she didn't have it, the next she does. There was no progression or anything like that. So
and there's no explanation.
Yeah. Somebody should just walk in and go, you look like you haven't slept in a month,
Mm-hmm. And look, if this is supposed to be Visenya wore her stuff like this or stuff like that, okay, fine. I'm sure it kind of sounds like you and I are sitting here saying, well, every single thing needs to be explained. It doesn't. But when you have something that you've never seen before suddenly pop up, and it's noticeable, like this is not just it's night and day different. A little bit of an explanation goes a long way. Also, look at the bottom of her cowl, the bottom of the chainmail, right above her eyebrows. You know what you don't see? You don't see the little 1/4 inch of the hem that you did when she walked out of the keep. So they've cut the hem, or they've re-hemmed it so that it's not as obvious that it's just some cheap thing.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Because it's a piece of fabric that looks like chainmail.
It's sort of like what Shad wears. Shad doesn't wear actual chainmail. He's got this like t-shirt thing that looks like chainmail.
Right.
So this is the big, well, hang on.
They're worried about Helena not eating. Why couldn't the maester come in and say, Your Grace, you need rest. You need something, I mean, just give us a little. Okay. See, the Sundowner thinks it's makeup. It's intentional.
All right, so cool.
I don't know.
I'm okay with it being makeup.
No
but-
other Targaryen has done that.
Yeah,
have they?
I've never seen literally the only other time we've seen eye makeup for something has been freaking Black Alley,
Yeah.
who they still have not said, "Hey, who's
We
this
don't know.
character?"
Ooh,
Though
we
she
don't
just
know who
finally
that
she just
is.
finally gets some dialogue. So Rhaenyra goes from here. She acknowledges that Joffrey exists. And is this when she sees the writing? All right, no, I think it's something else. Yeah, she does. She sees Queen of Bastards here. And I said something. And this is the problem with when I talk to a lot of people about this show is I don't remember where I said it. But I'm going to need you to cover me for a second.
Cover you with what?
Yeah, here we go. Okay. So it's this moment. This is, I know I kind of insinuated that it was earlier, but I believe this is the moment where her flip switches. Okay. She's writing there in her I'm not sure what those things are called. With her last bastard, and she looks out of the little carriage thing and she sees spray painted or whatever on the wall, Queen of the Bastards. And I think this is what flips her switch. Now, I think she intended to go to the Sept to be a little more forceful about, hey, look, you just need to freaking anoint me. Just anoint me. Stop being a bitch about it. Anoint me. But this is what I think makes her decide, oh, someone's dying. And I just think this is what made this was the straw. This is what did it. Not the murder of your soldiers, not the murder of your guards, not last hand to the king.
Corlys?
No, the hand of the king. Kristen.
Oh,
not
Kristen.
Kristen. Not Kristen sending one of your soldiers' twin brothers to assassinate you. This is what made you angry. Graffiti.
I mean, you don't think it's already flipped? She got the war paint on.
I think this is what made her decide punishments need to happen. I think she,
I feel like, so I'm going to say
here.
I feel like it occurred when she realized Aegon was alive. And then she sends Daemon to Tumbleton, but says, don't make me look like the bad person. And I took that as protect me, but do what you have to do.
Oh, see, I took it as follow the rules of engagement. Like the rules are, don't you kill children? That's why Daemon in a little bit tells them that we are not going to fire on, I'm not taking Caraxes over the walls. We'll take the walls the hard way because we're not going to kill children.
Sure, he starts off that way, but if it can't be done, clearly.
Well, I think he was hoping they would dive out of the way, which when it goes from the close up to the far shot, you do kind of see them dive that way.
But then, that's when he was busting through the door. But didn't he also have a one-on-one with the Chibs, the guy with the old guy, where he was kind of like, do whatever you got to do to take it?
I have to look again. I mean,
we're coming to that.
His one-on-one is literally right after when he tells everyone, "Do not kill innocents."
Exactly.
So I don't think it was.
But
I don't think it was that.
That's the appearance, right? That he's trying to protect. But then I thought he kind of gives the wink and the gun to. I just call him Chibs. That's all I know. But I forget his name. The not Stark
Ruxton.
guy.
Yeah, not Stark. That's what we'll call him. Not Stark.
Yeah.
Ruxton, right? Ruxton. I always forget his last name. His house is what I would call him. But at this point, she decides to acknowledge the existence of Joffrey and tell him the Song of Ice and Fire, the tale the dream that the dreamer had that told Aegon to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. And it really ends up being some of the dumbest shit ever. But after the next 10 minutes. So now we get, and I'm literally just going to kind of paste this right here.
Doesn't she end up telling everybody?
Yeah, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
I mean, she just said, forget it. I'm not going to keep this secret anymore.
So this whole group of scenes begins with a war council between Daemon, Tully, Ruxton, and Black Alley. And again, the whole part of the annoyance with this show is you've got a Roderick Dustin. Thank you. You've got a pretty great female character at Black Alley. Like, she's quite interesting and has said like all of 4 words this entire season. She killed come on, what's his name?
What?
Who did Black Alley kill? I see. Kristen Cole. See, I keep wanting to say Corlys because it's literally like 3 letters difference.
You just look at me and go, "What's his name? Come on, tell me." I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
I figured by now you can read my mind. Yeah. So they're all having their war council. Someone shows up and says, Gwaine Hightower and Corlys Velaryon are here. And they all go out and to listen to this message of peace because he's arrived under a white flag. And that's what we get here. We get Gwaine basically saying, look, I don't want this battle to take place. We get Velaryon saying, this is not a great idea. It's going to be a terrible battle. None of this is going to work out like any of us want. You're going to end up breaking what the rules that our queen has sent you. Let's do this instead. And they give an interesting idea that Rhaenyra will rule from King's Landing,
He basically says, I'm going to take some part of the kingdom away.
So, not nobility, constituencies. So she or Gwaine and Corlys say, okay, let's have Rhaenyra rule the Crownlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the North. She'll rule this. And then Darren will rule this. The Westerlands, the Reach, and the Stormlands.
Yeah, that was never going to fly.
No, it wasn't. Now it is an actual thing that is presented in the story. But that's... Now, I do prefer Corlys's idea, where he says, let's have peace, name Darren Lord Paramount of the Reach, and wed him to Jaehaera and unite the houses. Remember, in the very first episode, or I don't know if it might have been the second episode. The second episode, Corlys advises Viserys that he needs to unite their 2 houses because they're the 2 most powerful houses in Westeros.
Right.
Most of the vast majority of Corlys's power comes from his money, his story as the Sea Snake, the power of his fleet, all that stuff. But his power is confined to literally right here. just the ocean. The second most powerful house in Westeros, I would argue, is at this time. I'm always going to say it's the North. Yeah, I say it's the North, but honestly, it's probably still the Lannisters. The Lannisters or the Highgarden, the Tyrells. But that's neither here nor there. So this is the idea that they kind of give, either unite the house, unite the Greens and the Blacks, which is Sean's what I mean by uniting the houses. It's strengthening the House of Targaryen. Unite the Greens, and the Blacks. You go into one line, everything works out. Gwaine wants to end up with something more closer to what Ormond wants, and I think that's because he thinks it'll be easier to sell it to Ormond. That Ormond gets to retain this kind of power he's created over the last year, and gets to say, he's a kingmaker by putting Darren the Daring on the throne in Oldtown. You can imagine what Daemon says to that.
Yeah,
Daemon basically says, "Shut it."
Yeah.
Breezy mentioned something. I think it was Breezy. No, it was Schick. Schick mentioned that it was really funny in this when Gwaine kind of gives up the idea that he's got a captor. But one little thing, he keeps his foot on this chain that Corlys is on. And so Corlys goes to walk closer to Daemon, and he's stopped by the chain. So he looks at Gwaine like, "Get your foot off my fucking chain."
Right. And Gwaine
does. He just kind of lifts his foot. See, look, I think this is what so many of us find aggravating. We've been sitting here kind of complaining about stuff in every single scene, but there are really good moments throughout this. This is one of those examples of like a lighthearted comedic touch to something that doesn't ruin anyone's character.
No,
it doesn't make someone look stupid. Why wouldn't Gwaine keep his foot on the chain? Like, of course he would. He's got to
add to Gwaine's character, if anything.
100%. And it worked. It's funny.
Yeah.
But it's also what it isn't like, and I've said this before, Marvel used to have very funny moments, like in Age of Ultron, where Iron Man says shit, and your brother does this to me all the time. I'll cuss on Twitter, and he'll post the language thing from Age of Ultron. 100%. That is a very funny moment without the Russo brothers or whoever going laugh.
Right.
But then Taika Waititi comes out with Age of Ragnarok or whatever, Age of Ragnarok, right? Or just Ragnarok, I think is what it was called. And every single moment was some forced stupid joke that it ruined the comedicness that Marvel movies had. This is a great example of a comedic moment that doesn't feel bigger than it's supposed to and doesn't ruin the stuff going on around it.
No, I agree. It's very subtle, but hilarious. It's just quick little look, and you're cracking up because Gwaine. Look at Gwaine next to Corlys. First of all, he's a little guy.
Well, next to everyone, he's easily probably a foot shorter than Daemon.
Yeah,
like he is the run of the litter here among these powerful people.
Right. He's not a big, strong, powerful guy, and yet he's facing all the leaders of this army, and he's standing out there by himself, and he's stepping on the chain to hold his prisoner.
Now, I was upset at the end of this scene where Daemon says, "Lord Corlys is my prisoner. Get Gwaine, get Soft Hightower or whatever out of here before we kill him," or something like that. nothing Corlys has done in this moment, I think, deserves for him to be a prisoner. All he's done is present opportunities to stop the fight.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing to say. Corlys is my prisoner. Wouldn't he be freed? He's the Lord Hand.
Well, so this thing, I think. Okay, we got a spoiler here. Okay. I don't know if you remember. Corlys does. By the way, guys, spoiler. Corlys does flip sides. He jumps to the greens. Okay. He jumps to the greens after the treason here at Templeton because Rhaenyra, after Ulf and Hugh turn on her, start to see all the other dragon seeds as traitors. And she starts to kind of like go after Adam. And so he turns on her because of how she treats Adam and Alan. And I think they're just going to completely remove the purpose and base his treason on this moment. They're going to remove his treason is going to be entirely based on, hey, kind of got an idea here to end the fighting. What do y'all think? That's literally his treason.
Because he pitched an idea for peace.
Yeah, that's what I think they're going to do.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It carries no weight. Doesn't warrant treason.
Yeah, there is no treason here. It's literally now this dude. I thought he was dying. When Daemon's choking him out, I seriously thought he was going to die. Like that's a long time to go without air.
Yeah.
But again, this is a scene with Daemon Targaryen who rules the camera.
I will say, to your point, I'm looking at the dialogue now.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if I'm wrong about it, if he goes a little more traitorous, let me know. But I didn't see it as like treachery.
Well, the only thing that's in this dialogue, Corlys makes mention of this being a new alliance if they agree to it. And Daemon says, alliance? I never took you for a traitor.
Mm-hmm.
So he's calling him.
Yeah, well, and again, that just feels this is an example of like, yeah, exactly. This is an example of you get onto Twitter anytime after Gary drops something. I don't really get any of them, but you get on Twitter after something like that, and you'll see 100 people go, you are really just looking for any excuse to be angry. Yeah. And that's what this kind of feels like. Like Daemon's just looking for a reason. And he's using this as a reason. And it's the sort of thing that, but for the treachery of Ulf, when he gets back, Rhaenyra will say, the fuck are you doing, Daemon? Let him go.
Yeah. He does ask him too. He's like, what did the boy promise you? And what payment did the boy promise you? And Corlys just said peace.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. It doesn't carry a lot of weight for treason, but
so we're back at Harrenhal. Yippee! But it's actually an okay thing because Aemond's hearing this noise. It's a noise he's very familiar with. It's a dragon.
Mark says he was working towards splitting up the Queen's kingdom. No, he wanted to.
I really didn't see that. I really don't think he was. Gawain was. Gawain wanted the Seven Kingdoms split. He wanted. Let's pull it up again because I love it. He wanted Rhaenyra to take this, Crownlands, Riverlands, the Vale, and the North, and he wanted Daeron crowned as king, sitting in Old Town. He wanted him to take the Reach, the Stormlands, and the Westerlands. And step shot. And that's just something to bring it back together with marriages. Doesn't he suggest the marriage? And so no. Gawain, and look, I'll go back and watch it, but Gawain suggests the splitting of the kingdoms. Corlys then says, okay, fuck that shit. Name Darren Lord Paramount of the Reach. Marry him to your niece. My brother's daughter. Yes. Marry him to your niece, and that will unify the blacks and the greens. That's Corlys's plan. And that's what Daemon is claiming is treason.
I don't know. We can.
Well, and again, this is the sort of thing that, Daemon doesn't have the power to agree to that. So
Right.
what would have likely ended up happening is if Daemon said, shoot, that's a good idea. No, Darren marries. Oh, it was Bella, wasn't it? It was Bella that Corlys said he should marry, not Jaehaerys. Yeah, it was Bella. So, yeah, marry Darren to your daughter. That's what it is. Not your niece, your daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still not getting the treason part.
It's I think we just disagree. I don't think it's treason. It's presenting an idea.
Yeah.
All
right.
We have coffee. I actually did drink an energy drink. We're halfway through though.
We're getting there, Schick. We'll speed it up.
Viserys. Fuck.
Aemon.
Aemon.
One Eye.
Maybe I do need some coffee. So Aemon gets to watch Aegon land in Harrenhal with Sunfire. Two people who are supposed to be dead.
Mark is adamant, man. He ain't backing down.
Look, this is the beautiful thing on the internet. I disagree.
Guilty.
And this is the fair point. I saw a complaint about this. So Rhaenyra talks earlier in this episode about how Bella's and Adam's sorties haven't done a damn thing.
Right.
They've been flying everywhere. They can't find Vhagar. Okay, well, I mean, you need to find Vhagar, but you also need to find Aemon. And they haven't been able to find. I mean, I guess they know that Aemon's at Harrenhal, but why haven't you sent a dragon and 20 men?
Yeah, because Rhaenyra knows, or at least has a strong idea that Aemon is at Harrenhal and that Alicent is supposed to be carrying out the
assassination. Yeah, but why haven't you sent a dragon to kill Aemon? Like, why are you sending your former friend, now enemy?
They put all the trust, especially when you find out. Okay. When you find out that he's at Harrenhal alone, Vhagar nowhere to be found. Did Rhaenyra send that guy with Alicent?
Mm-hmm.
So that
Captain
was her
Price?
plan instead of sending a dragon.
She sent Alicent and like 7 people. And only Alicent and one of them actually go to Harrenhal because Alicent's there at the end with the butterflies. Alicent's with the rest of their cohort.
But Aemon, I guess, didn't trust him and just...
Oh, yeah. Just slaughtered him immediately. Yep. Yeah. But we get genuinely probably one... First of all, look. I do genuinely think that I might just be full on Team Green now. Because I want Aegon to become king. I want him to rule the 7 kingdoms. I want him I want the unification of Dorne under him. I want him to be king. Because this dude needs to be in more shit. But we get probably one of the best moments of the entire season.
I'm alive.
Sorry, HBO.
I'm alive.
Dude, I have watched that like
You are dead.
I have watched that like 12. It's a beautiful hit. Finally, someone beat the shit out of Aemon.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
I love it. He stopped being a whiny little bitch.
Once he was told that by the Foot.
Yeah, the Foot. Still funny. So here, this was definitely, well, I mean, okay, Sean, sort of beat the shit out of him. This first time Aemon has fallen like that to a simple slap in a long time.
Yeah.
So this is not in the book. Aemon and Aegon do not reunite. All is forgiven and create a plan to take back his throne. Does not happen. So this
They're
is
far off
all
from the books. You might as well give up one.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what's funny. Someone said that. Real quick, I'll get to you in just a sec shit, but Sean's right. The question, because this is in Harrenhal, is it even real? If this was Game of Thrones, people will be arguing that point for the next 2 years. Shit for 5 says this scene saved the episode for me. The battle is what saved the episode for me. The battle is actually really good. There's still some dumb shit in the battle, but the battle is really good. So you had said something about them being far away from the book, and I heard that in a group that I'm in, and this was my response. I have a lot of problems just laying down and saying, well, fine, canon's gone, guess I'll just try to enjoy it. And I'm not necessarily, and let's see, but George writes this book, and sure, you can argue that it's 3 POVs that are not reliable, but not being reliable means maybe Rhaenyra cut herself a week later on the throne rather than when she first sat down, or that Daemon took a while to fully submit to her, or even that Ormond might have tricked Daemon with the fake Darren. But it doesn't effing mean that Darren didn't fight at all, that Ormond's knights him with a fake oath, that Rhaenyra just spews the prophecy wherever she can like an actor begging for a coin, or that Aemon and Aegon have made up. Because, see, here's the problem now. Aegon now has Sunfire, Vhagar, Silverwing, and if we're supposed to believe everything kind of still is working correctly, Vermithor. So he's got 4 dragons, all of them bigger. I think all of them are, well, except for Sunfire, still kind of small. But the 3 biggest bonded dragons belong to him.
And
isn't going to do shit about it.
I feel like the book is now just kind of a, okay, we can do a scene on that. We might be able to do something with this, but we may have to rework the narrative behind it.
It's not even reworked, man. It's completely replaced.
Yeah, the roadmap has been ripped up, and they're trying to piece it back together, and they're missing pieces, and you know,
that's when he says the battle was sick, and that I'm alive, imbecile, is a hell of a delivery. I completely agree. So Aegon apologizes. There's all this stuff. I guess he kind of understands that, you know, he has been cursed because of his attempt at kinslaying, and regicide, all this stuff. And Aegon basically says, look, if we get this, and if we do this, and if we get this, maybe I'll fucking forgive you. So as annoyed as I am and as genuinely angry I am with these complete changes, I am looking forward to seeing maybe more of Tom Glenn Carney at least in the first half of season 2. Sorry, season 4. I am looking forward to seeing a lot more of Aegon, and honestly, I hope we get it. But if we get more of these, we're gonna film 30 minutes of Aegon, and then we're gonna cut it up into 5-minute segments and paste them throughout 4 episodes. It's not gonna work. That's exactly what they did with his entire stuff in the forests. This entire season, that all of that was probably supposed to be in 2 episodes. It's why it kept. You kept jumping from the cart to Rook's Rest, back to the cart, back to Rook's Rest.
And no understanding of why they're walking through the forest.
Yeah. Just carry a body out of it.
We're going to go back. All right, now we're going to make our way back. We're going back again.
Yeah. So they kind of... Aemon tells Aegon that she is his betrothed, which she kind of freaks out about. She's like, "Oh, you are going to do it. Cool." Again, the whole these people getting kind of hot for bad stuff happening to people is getting a little weird. Remember last season that Rhaenyra finds out that Mysaria's husband or father cuts the baby out of her, and then she got so hot from that she made out with her.
Yeah.
Aegon finds out that Aemon finds out that her son was brutally killed by Dragonfire, and Sally has decided to marry her. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's something about tragedy in women that makes these Targaryen people just ready to go. Super horny. X-Wing says, "Am I crazy for saying I didn't feel nearly as invested in this season?" No, I don't think you're crazy at all. It's bad writing this entire season.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I was okay with where it was going, but then it just came to a screeching halt and just became very repetitive or stretched out way too long. And it's like, all right, come on. What are we doing?
This is something that should have happened 4 episodes ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now we have War Council between Daemon, Black Alley right there. We've got Tully right here. And then I think this is our Grey Wolves. Rodney, right? Roderick Dustin. I believe this is him right here. He's either right here or he's on this other corner right there. But now they're being informed that he's literally Daemon's literally just told everyone, okay, we're not gonna rape and pillage. We're not gonna kill children. We are going to go in there. We are eliminate the Greens. We are not burning the town. Everything's going to be fine. Okay. I'm going to fly overhead. Y'all are going to go in this way. You're here. I'm going to fly in and clear out the battlements that y'all can open the gates.
Yep.
And then this guy comes in and says, the enemy had put children across the battlements.
Right.
And now it's like, oh shit. Now I got to change everything. So that's why he's on horseback for that charge. He sends the Grey Wolves over the wall to open the gate. They're not allowed to die until they open the gate. He sends the Tullys, I think, around the side to another gate, and then he waits for the gate to open for his forces to go through the gate. So that is the battle plan.
That's the plan.
Yeah. So now we jump. Oh,
we haven't started the battle yet.
Yeah, because now we jump.
Plan.
Now we jump back to King's Landing.
Yeah, and he's saving face, right? What Rhaenyra said, "Don't make me look bad."
Mm-hmm.
So he gave those orders.
He quotes Rhaenyra. He says, "The realm is watching.
Yep.
We need to make sure that they do not They have no reason to be more angry at Rhaenyra than they are.
Right.
Which is going to be quite an incredible thing to say in about 20 minutes, because Rhaenyra has decided to walk into the Sept with soldiers and arms, which no arms are allowed to cross the doorway to the Sept.
Yeah, she's just like, forget it.
Yep. Because she's gonna make a order of the Pope here. She's telling him, "You're going to anoint me," and that's that. To which he says, I believe he says something quite crazy. Yeah. You may have 6 dragons, but I have a 7-faced god.
Right.
I will say, when was this written? This was written a year and a half ago. Probably 2. Was 6-7 a thing 2 years ago? Because it would not shock me for Ryan Condal to have put that in here on purpose.
Oh, man.
But yeah, so he says, no, we are not doing this. Absolutely not. I am not anointing you. You are not. Look, Aegon was dead, and he and his dragon have risen from the ashes. Amen.
Yep.
If that is anything to say who the gods have chosen, it is that. And she's like, nah, not happening. And orders the killing of the High Sept, the Pope.
That's pretty heavy.
Yeah, she tells Alan to kill him. If I recall correctly, Aegon does the same thing. Aegon lands at Old Town. No, wait. No, I don't think he does. Maegor killed the High Septon. Aegon did not. Aegon landed at Old Town, sat at a bridge in front of the Starry Sept, or whatever the big church over there is called, and basically said, "Hey, you need to anoint me, or you see that big castle that Harren had? I'm going to do that to you." And so the High Septon locked himself in the Sept for, I think, 7 days. Came out and said, "Hey, I had an epiphany. This guy's going to be king."
And just did it by way of force.
Yeah. So this is another example of Maegor with teats.
Yeah.
Is Maegor killed the High Septon, and then so did Rhaenyra. I think this is an attempt to kind of do the whole Maegor thing. Not only are they copying what Maegor did, but also, I mean, what's the easier way to jumpstart she fucking crazy than having her kill the Pope?
Yeah, I just think it's backwards. I just think you're doing this after they're declaring Aegon has risen. So now she should have had him killed. And I honestly also not in the Sept. Again, this is Rhaenyra not understanding, which I think is also against her character, because if I recall correctly, they made a point in that first season of how she studied, how she's constantly trying to read up on the histories to understand the different areas of Westeros. And she decides to kill the leader of the faith, thinking that this speech she's about to give will make them all go, "Oh my God, yes, yes, bow down." Oh, okay, we got it now. Sorry, we were wrong before.
So she then tells Alan that he must kill her, or that Alan must kill the Pope. And she whispers in his ear like the devil. You know, she's trying to do this whole, you are the blood of old Valyria.
Mm-hmm.
What powers is higher than yours?
It did give off that little,
Devil on your shoulder vibe.
Yeah.
And again, little Joffrey just sitting here seeing his mom commit homicide.
No lines, just
cool,
taking it all
dead
in.
body. I mean, it's gonna. Next season's gonna wreck Joffrey. So Alan kills him, dooms his soul to the deepest of the seven hells. So I say all that stuff. And then we get this. So Rhaenyra walks out of the Sept with her small council, or what's left of her small council. So her maester here, Joffrey, and her master of coin. And she walks out to give what may be the most unhinged speech in all of Game of Thrones.
Now, here's where you could say makeup. Notice the upper eye and the low. They're like, it's like the shape was drawn. You know what I mean?
It definitely looks like it's the shape, and which is why I was kind of like, is this supposed to be like dragon eyes?
Yeah.
But she's here to kind of tell them a history. And if we rewind all the way to the very first episode of House of the Dragon, Viserys tells Rhaenyra this story right there at the end, that Aegon was told a dream, was told a prophecy. And that prophecy was called the Song of Ice and Fire. Oh my God, look at that! And it is a thing passed down from ruler to heir to ruler to heir to ruler to heir. Not a thing told in all of House Targaryen. Her husband didn't know about it. Daemon had no idea. And Daemon was his heir for, 40 years?
Yeah.
30 years? No. 15 years. Daemon was his heir, and he never told Daemon. So for her to now come out and tell all of King's Landing, here is the secret. Here is why I am the prince that was promised. And this is number 2 on the middle fingers to George R.R. Martin from Ryan Condal. Ryan Condal is trying to destroy the lore that George created. First off, the entire prophecy of the prince that was promised does not match Rhaenyra at all, and she would know this. She wasn't born under salt and sea. She wasn't born under a moon. None of that stuff matches her. And
yeah, I thought this whole scene was kind of like what was she trying to gain by?
She's trying to turn the crowd on her side. She's trying to get the small folk to agree that she is not a queen of bastards.
But it's kind of
retarded.
Yeah, kind of a stretch here to just be like, I'll tell them the story of
the super weird story. Like what you're now telling us is that your great grandfather was told of a dream and decided to conquer the kingdoms because of it, and that gives you the right to demand everything of us.
Yeah, it's not working.
And then, and I'll need Sundowners, Mark, Sean, or Breezy to correct me. And then you claim to be Azor Ahai Reborn, the prince that was promised, the greatest hero during the Age of Heroes, who had absolutely nothing to do with the seven-faced god, They are all first men. All those heroes from the Age of Heroes are ancestors of the Starks, basically, or the Northern, most of the Northern houses, I should say. They have absolutely nothing to do with probably anybody that lives in that city. There's probably not a single person living in that city that would claim ancestry to heroes of the or people of the Age of Heroes. And she thinks she's going to convince them to follow her by claiming lineage to something that the weirdos in the North believe.
Right.
Because that's what all these people think. They're weird up there.
I think they would just hear it and be like, okay, that's great.
Is House Lannister of the First Men? I don't think they are.
I couldn't tell you.
Ooh, they are. But they intermarry with the Andals and adopt the Faith of the Seven. But House Gardner doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, that's what this whole thing is. Look, this is a very weird moment. This is her trying to legitimize everything that she's done. This is her trying to get the people on her side, and without addressing any of their actual problems. These people don't really care who's ruling. They're hungry. Right. They just want food.
I feel like that was a real private thing too. Like it
was incredibly private.
Doesn't make sense to just blast that out to all the people.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's 0 cents. So now we get to see Miss Hugh. Nothing. There's nothing in this. Miss Hugh just looks out and goes, "Oh, the sun," and
She's
gets inside.
Worst. Most ungrateful.
What a bitch!
Character in the.
I'll say it for you. I'll say it for you.
Thank you.
What a bitch! Also in the book, Hugh is not married. The entire thing, his entire stuff is just built off of wanting more and more riches. He's sort of like just not a drunk oaf.
I must have forgotten about that.
Let's see.
Daemon gives his
No, so Daemon's speech comes in a little bit.
Oh, not yet. Okay,
yeah, we're listening to Rhaenyra speak this entire time. She's telling them about the doom that lies in the far north. The other thing that's ridiculous. Okay. Right. Actually, a little bit further. Right here, Rhaenyra says, literally, you are the blood of old Valyria. Different house. Okay, just in case anyone didn't notice. Targaryen, Valyrian.
Yep.
Okay. And right here, I am descended from the only house to survive the doom. No, you're not. There's 5 fucking houses that survived. You are not the only one. Like, she's gone from, and now, so they definitely filmed this before they filmed that carriage scene, because you can see more of that little bit of extra stuff around her fake mail.
Yeah.
I am the prince that was promised. Now we get Daemon's speech.
This was a much better speech, I think.
I look, for me, everything from the beginning to this moment is one episode, and then the rest of this is one episode. So the battle itself is pretty damn great. Again, there are events in the battle that I think are stupid, but overall, the battle is great. It's very Schick's right. It is sort of a Braveheart ripoff. I listen to that speech every I don't know, 3 or 4 days. So I know it quite well. It does give that sort of vibe. But the battle on the whole gives a very big Helm's Deep vibe. Still quite good. So he gives this big old speech, and then he turns to the Northmen and says, you are not allowed to die until you open that gate.
This is where I think he's kind of giving them the green light.
Mm-hmm.
Because he says, I don't want the best of you. I want the worst. And then he just says, go and kill them. I don't know.
I'm trying to get to it so that I can hear what he says.
But I think, obviously when he was preparing for battle, he had the meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, we're not gonna do anything bad. We're gonna, we're gonna storm the walls. I'm not gonna burn the place down. And then he goes to them and says, I want your worst. Go and
go
so he
and
says,
kill him. Lords, knights, savages, and cutthroats. He is talking to the whole army, not just you can see here. So the Grey Wolves are right here, but these are all Tully men. So he's talking to the entirety of the army here.
This is early on, right?
No, this is like 8 seconds before this scene right here.
All right.
So he says that he calls them out. Whether you live or die today, you will be remembered in the histories. Those who began the High Tower's end. Grant, and this is where I think you're on the right track here, that he does seem to kind of change what he's saying. But so he says, grant no mercy. But he's talking about 2 High Tower soldiers. He's not saying, anyone in the burn, pillage, rape. He's not saying any of that. He's literally just telling them, if a green throws his hands up, slaughter him. Give no quarter. I don't want the best of you. I want the worst. I mean, look, dude, this is a good scene. I wish I could play this.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, for a second, I got caught up and started just watching it instead of looking for what I was trying to find.
Did you like the drumming?
The what?
The battle drumming that they started to do?
So sort of. Okay.
Stuff.
Okay. So you're talking about like this thing right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So
where the Northmen start doing their thing.
Yeah, it worked. It was fine. But what would have been better is if they had been in time with the actual noise.
Right.
Because what ends up happening.
Yeah, they're all off.
It's on time for like this first 2 seconds that the camera's looking at them. And then the camera cuts and it comes back to them and they are off time completely.
Yeah.
Bad editing. Didn't really take me out. It's something I noticed, but it's one of those things that I just kind of look, you got me up here now, so I can ignore this. But the second you bring me back down, I'm going to start looking at it again. But yeah, so then we get.
Okay, wait a minute. So I think it's just before this.
Okay.
Damon, he gets close to him.
Mm-hmm. All right, I've got it playing right here. I'm going to find it.
Okay, because he stopped shouting and he just says, "Go now and kill them." And I feel like the look on
he says go now and kill them.
But he doesn't he's not shouting that. He's
just
talking to them.
Damon spent, a month hanging out with this guy, this warrior, this dude that I've got paused at the exact same moment Like, I think it's the exact. So I've got it playing right here, and obviously we're sharing right here. Look at this. I mean, it's like a frame off, dude.
Yeah.
So he spent, a month with this guy. I think he's kind of grown to admire him in a way. This is a guy that just loves war. And Daemon has a very soft spot for war. He's a big fan of it. And I think this is kind of a, what do you call it? A comrade in arms moment. I don't think this is okay, go kill every single person you see. I don't care what the queen said.
Right.
I think it's go kill those lying high tower. See you next Tuesdays.
All right.
But then we get the drum beating. This is the part that kind of turned me off a little bit. Is this one. Also, again, there are no Starks in this battle. Why do we have Stark sigils? A Stark's not leading this force.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So I just thought this was a little odd.
Too many things are unclear here.
Yeah, what I would have kind of preferred, because there is kind of a relationship between how George writes the North and Viking culture. It's not like, 1-on-1, 1-on-20, but there's a relationship. And so this sort of thing I can see, sort of like a Gaelic type, the Scots that flip their kilts up and show their asses, things like that. Like I can kind of get that a little bit. This was, I just think, a bit much. What I would have preferred is some sort of like, and then go. Instead of like the 30 or 40 seconds of weird, like,
I know, it was really.
It was too much.
It went on for a little while.
Future, yes, all the houses did send graybeards, but there were no graybeard Starks because Cregan had to imprison his father and his older brother in order to become Lord of Winterfell. So there would not have been graybeard Starks. There could have been graybeard cousins. There could have been graybeard people that literally lived at Winterfell, but they would not have been Starks. So we go from this. So the next actual event is Ormond hearing that Ulf has deserted. He hasn't really, but Lord, I forgot his name.
Roxton?
Is it Roxton? Yeah. Roxton here is telling him that he has, that Ulf has abandoned him.
Yeah, he's nowhere to be found.
They've been looking for a while now. They've been, because they started looking like back right here, 25 minutes in. So it's been like 20 minutes. Now, editing problems don't really make it clear how much time has actually passed.
Yeah.
But they've been looking for a while and they can't find it. By the way, this is a Valyrian steel sword right here, guys. Yeah, this sword right here, Valyrian steel.
What sword is it?
Justice?
What house? Roxton?
Yeah, John Roxton, Orphan Maker. Sorry, Orphan Maker is his sword. So yeah, that is
Orphan Little Maker. Ice.
Little Ice. Well, it kind of feels like that, yeah.
No, it's Lil. L-I-L. Lil Ice.
Yeah. Also, like, look at this. Look at his sleeve. I just noticed this. Hang on, wait for the. Yeah, look at that chainmail.
Is it more fabric?
Obviously not chainmail.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what $30 million this episode cost? $30 million they cost.
Is
And you
chainmail
can't
that
get
expensive?
real. No! Look at what Lord of the Rings did. Lord of the Rings put up two guys in a fucking room that used a pneumatic cutter to cut not even PVC, rubber hose that was a 1/4-inch diameter. Diameter. To like, and then so what they did was they slit, a 7-inch or 7-foot hose down the middle, and then they put it on this pneumatic cutter that would just slice it into 3 millimeter thick slices.
Yeah.
And so they would just spend the whole day putting it together. I mean, if you go and watch the behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings, you'll see them talking about it. Dude, you could pay some Hollywood guy $20,000 a year to sit there and do that so that they could sit there and say, I worked on House of the Dragon. There are people all over the country. I'd take a week off to go to Ireland and just sit there and go, oh my God, I'm working on House of the Dragon. Like, that'd be so easy. Nope.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit. So that's what we get. We get sleeves with fake stuff on it. Sundowners is like 7 minutes behind on the stream.
X-Wing said it's not that. I didn't think it would be that expensive to make.
Says I can make better chainmail than that in a week with real metal. And no, even riveted chainmail just straight up isn't that expensive. Yeah, and again, $30 million. Now, did I notice this the first time? No. The only one that's been really bad that you notice while watching for someone that doesn't live in that world, I do imagine X-Wing would probably notice it immediately, but was Rhaenyra's. Rhaenyra's was obviously terrible. But I did not notice this at all until I paused on it. And Sean, you ain't wrong.
I mean, there's just not many characters with it. I wouldn't think it would be that expensive to produce.
Well, look at what Ormond's wearing. Ormond is wearing, his chainmail. I mean, it looks like it might be actual chainmail. It's those tinier ones. It's those tinier. I guess they're called rivets, as X-Wing said.
Ormond.
Yeah, Ormond's the gold stuff. Like if you see, you got his shoulder pad right here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, shoulder pad right here. I don't remember what they're called. X-Wing's gonna laugh at me. Then you got the under part of it here.
Shoulder pad.
The this stuff right here.
Okay, I see.
He's got some here, then he's got some like down here underneath his belt. That looks a little more real. You know what? I almost said pauldron. I almost said it, but I thought I was going to be wrong.
But you went with shoulder pad?
Shoulder and something covering. I mean, shoulder pad, it works, man. That's a shoulder pad. I mean, they do the same thing.
You didn't want to say pauldron because you thought you'd be wrong, but you said shoulder pad?
I'm not wrong with shoulder pad.
That's not a. Is that a?
I'm
is
incorrect,
really
but I'm not wrong. So that stuff that he's wearing, I think, is fine. I mean, the plate. I love the plate, and actually, I'd love to hear what you have to think about the plate because I think it's now. It's not as good as Now the Seven Kingdoms. Now the Seven Kingdoms has the best armor, I think, in any of these shows. But I think they did a very good job with their plate. What do you think?
He says, plate's dope.
Helmet's fully retarded. Yeah. I'm not a fan of the helmet. A lot of the high towers are wearing that weird, like, whoop. It kind of looks like Italian to me. So one of the things that annoyed me here, and we'll talk about later a little bit too, but I thought Roxton, I knew it. I thought Roxton was gonna playing the part of Ormond's cousin, who also dies in battle. So when Roxton didn't die, I was like, what the hell? And then I reread about him, and I was like, oh yeah, no, he can't die. Yeah, so they're gonna go look more for Ulf, and he finds out that Gawain and Darren hatched a plan because this poor lad tells him.
Which then Ormond is like, I think he looks very stunned that they.
Oh, he's livid.
That they tried to negotiate something without his knowing.
Mm-hmm.
So very good on the actor. Yeah, he's not happy. Well, they know they're gonna fail, right? Without Ulf, they know that they're doomed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's mad panic right now.
Oh yeah, they're terrified, and especially because at this time the Winter Wolves are making it over the wall.
Yeah.
And I think this is literally just after he's killed the kid.
And what's the proper name for the weapon that he's using? An axe? A hatchet?
I'm trying to get it in frame.
Oh no, this is when don't show that.
I go with axe. Hatchets are a little smaller. I don't think it's a battle axe. Battle axes are double-headed, aren't they? Like Gimli's is a battle axe. This is just an axe. Yeah. Ooh.
All right, you got that one right.
Yeah. But also, the Masked Marvel is 100% correct. That kid was a retard. Like, I get, this is my home. I'm going to defend it. But you got this madman that's just climbed the wall and just, what? And you're going to go and try to whack his hamstring? Man.
I mean, what else is he going to do? I guess he could just sit there and pee himself. That's what the other kids did. But
yeah. Well, honestly, that was kind of, I thought that kind of worked pretty well. Like, that was an interesting thing to show. And it really did kind of like, oh, wow, this is a big deal. These kids are scared.
Yeah. They're throwing up. They're peeing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So, let's just kind of talk about the battle in general. So Damon here kind of decides, I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of, my forces are sitting here. I'm relying on the Winter Wolves to get to that gate, and they're not there yet. So he says, Caraxes, let's do your thing.
Well, doesn't he get notified that they can't find Ulf?
I think it's.
And then that's when he decides to call.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So he gets notified they can't find Ulf. He kind of freaks out, or I don't know if freaks out is right, and then of course Hugh Hammer shows up, and Hugh Hammer is supposed to be in King's Landing protecting it from Aegon.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be there so that if Aegon shows up with Sunfire, he can protect the city. And so he's left. He has left King's Landing undefended.
Yep.
Now, I mean, they've still got who's still
Sheep's...
there? No, it's
no.
Rhaenyra's dragon.
Rhaenyra's dragon and
Bella's dragon.
Bela and Adam.
Adam, yeah. So you've got Moondancer, Cyrax, and Cyrax, and what is Adam's dragon's name?
I can't remember. It's like
There's so many of them. Well, Dreamfire isn't one of their dragons, but yeah, Dreamfire's in the dragon pit.
Dreamfire's there, but there's no rider. Well,
Sea Smoke is there.
sort of.
So you've got 3 or 4 dragons.
Yeah.
So I mean, they could definitely defend. I think they just want Vermithor there because he's big. Also, was that Aegon or Damon asking if that's Hugh Hammer's dragon? Shouldn't he know?
I'd have to listen.
Yeah, cause he then later says he was meant to be guarding King's Landing.
Yeah.
So yeah, they
now
decide.
he starts to get impatient. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and do you think he's impatient because he's worried about losing, or do you think he's impatient because he's ready to start fighting?
He wants to fight.
Yeah.
I don't think he's worried about losing. I mean, Gawain already knew that this was a lost cause, but what he doesn't know is Ulf turned.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's wanting to get in there and start wreaking havoc. This was a cool scene because he just calls out Caraxes, and then this scene I thought they did really well.
With him. And it is kind of interesting to see how dragons worked in siege warfare on the battlefield when they weren't in the air being aircraft. It's interesting seeing them as land units. But yeah, so he hops on the back of Caraxes and decimates everything. Just starts burning them. Now, what's interesting is if you look and you're not really going to be able to see it, but there's a moment where you can see the battlements here. There are no children here.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's because the Winter Wolves have already gone over and killed all the children.
They might have handled their business.
But I think he's really messed up by not just burning everything immediately. Send the Winter Wolves over, tell them to clear the area, and then get behind the wall and open the gate with your dragon, like he does.
I just think, again, he wanted what are they? The Winter Wolves?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted them to do the dirty work.
Greybeards. Yeah.
He wanted them to do all that dirty work, and then he could, save face. Rhaenyra didn't do anything. He can blame them.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he have in front of the gate, though? So
yeah, so right as he's coming up with his dragon to burn the gate down, they open the gate to send out children to act as with weapons too. I feel like that's the eviler part. They actually gave them weapons. But to act as okay, now you can't burn us because we have children in front of our younglings, nice future, in front of our gate. And he don't give a shit. He does yell, move,
he does.
move. Yeah.
He doesn't immediately,
and a bunch of them do, but 2 stay.
Yep.
And so he says, fuck them kids.
He's not going to wait.
Dracarys.
He told him to move. Now, if you watch closely, which we probably will not show, those 2 looked as if they did.
They do look like they dive out of the way.
And get clear. And that flame was directed at the door.
When there's another scene where the camera kind of follows people in, and you do see what looks like some burnt bodies down at the bottom of the camera. So I don't think they all cleared it.
I'm going to say they lived.
I hope so. But yeah, so you see, I don't think this is going to be too bad of a show. So one thing I will say, I'm glad they removed from this is that warm-up noise that Drogon would make when he would fire, when he would do
Oh, like-
fire. This like, woo!
Yeah.
I'm
Like a-
kind of happy they moved that. So yeah, so they get out of the way. You definitely do see them get out of the way. I did like this. This was kind of Battle of Minas Tirith, where he just pokes his head right through the gate. I loved that. I was a big fan of that. What do you think?
Oh, it was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Loved it. This scene was so cool. I loved it.
And now
Now-
Hugh. Oh,
Okay. What is he wielding here?
He's wielding a hammer. It's not a war hammer. This is not like Robert's hammer. He is wielding. I mean, it's a hammer of war. It is not a war hammer.
Why does it look so puny? Like it is
Because they were.
it doesn't look right.
So, that's the problem. Okay, I have to add weapon. So-
I feel like Hugh. I don't know.
I mean,
just-
it looks pretty pathetic, but this is what he's wielding. Horseman's pick. Yeah.
okay.
Sure, if you weren't skilled in combat, you would just pick up a hammer and whack people. Because you have a broken arm, you can't pick up your sword.
And he's running.
Yeah, so he's abandoned his giant dragon. He's abandoned his nuke.
Yeah.
And and obviously we know why. You know, you can't really spot stuff on the ground like he needs to be able to spot. He's going to go look for his wife.
Yeah, he's a blacksmith, but
Mhm.
you know, so was Gendry, and he like had a big, but he's a Baratheon.
But that's because he
yeah.
was, yeah.
It just looks kind of small for somebody like Hugh. That's all.
I agree. I kind of wish it had been a little bigger. Not much. I would have just kind of like times 1.5.
I mean, he's a big dude, you know?
So we got more fighting going on. They finally find Ulf. And when they find him, he is sleeping in his own filth.
He's
So my guess is, I mean, there's probably not a thing of toilet paper there. He probably hasn't wiped yet. He's just sitting there. He was probably pushing and fell asleep. And it's just been sleeping for like the last 7 hours. So Ormond opens the thing. I did not realize it was a full frontal, so I appreciate that, Breezy. I did not see full frontal.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah. That's gross, Breezy. So Ormond opens the thing and immediately just about starts to throw up.
Well, I would too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll bet you that thing stank.
Oh yeah.
How
do you
plus
fall
it's probably
asleep? I mean,
hot.
he has to have been
drunk. I mean, he's
just
the one time I would say I ever like started nodding off of the toilet was tired and drunk. It's probably not something I should have shared. I'm sure I'll regret that somehow. Schick for 5 says, "Ulf, your employee of the month, Tumbleton."
Look at Schick.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, employee of the month right here. So Ormond, he just starts beating the shit out of him. He does to him.
He's doing to him. You're probably gonna say the same thing.
Go right ahead,
He's doing to him exactly what Damon did to
Yeah.
him at the other in Flea Bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
which is
So-
what caused him to betray or be a traitor.
Or at least the
to-
final straw. Yeah.
Right.
It's the thing that really made him kind of decide, okay, maybe the Greens are the better ones to go to.
Now, what's worse though is Ulf is getting beat down with his pants down at his ankles
Yeah. Yeah. He's not really able to fight here.
in front of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'd be a little upset at that too.
He's definitely a traitor. Let's see. So Ormond just says, get your ass over to your dragon, do what you're supposed to do, or I'm going to or I'm going to kill you.
So we have that, right?
Yeah, sorry, I
don't
just
know.
saw something on Twitter. So these are. I'm going to try to play this. Okay.
And
So
okay.
this is a green. Those are the people that just walked in are blacks. Okay. So
Right.
so here's some Northmen.
Well, they look
I-
like the Northerners.
Yeah, I think he's about to kill her. All right, I mean, axe is raised. What surprised me? Oh, but he stopped.
yeah.
And now they're going after this green, which he pushes her in their way. And that's the last we see.
Yeah.
So what do you think happened in there?
I don't know. I don't see how any of this results in her death.
Yeah, well, especially because when we see her again in a second, and we'll get to that, but we see her again, and it doesn't really look like she's been harmed. She had a stroke. Wow. So Damon is now looking for Ormond.
He's calling him.
is-
He's
oh,
not
yeah.
just looking. He is calling him out.
He,
Like, he's-
and we get some really great fighting here. Now,
Yeah.
this is hilarious. Okay, I just saw this. I'm gonna read this. So Damon is sitting here seeing Hugh go, "Cat, cat," and this is what it says. Damon definitely doesn't know Hugh's wife's name, so it's almost certain that Damon is thinking that Hugh is here looking for his lost cat in Templeton.
but he's swinging that little hammer.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, that thing comes down with some force, and doing quite a good job. And so here's Sir Roxton with his Valyrian Seal sword Orphan Maker. So 2 Valyrian Seal swords, Orphan Maker and Dark Sister. And Roxton kind of beats him, which annoys me because this kind of feels like them again trying to make Damon not as good as he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Damon's supposed to be fucking awesome.
Yeah. He
I
got bested
feel-
by Kristen Cole.
yeah,
Who's the greatest swordsman in Westeros, apparently. Self-proclaimed.
okay. And then Ulf shows up.
And
His-
the poor messenger
Yeah. Again, man, it sucks to be a messenger in Westeros.
didn't do anything wrong. Just like, given the news that he's supposed to be doing.
Mhm.
And like, Ulf walks right by him, ignores him, and then whoever is following Ulf.
Yeah, he's got 2 greens with him.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
you see
it's
what's
pretty
coming
obvious.
next.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious if you're like green or black because you look very different.
Yeah.
And this guy sees Silver walking towards him and doesn't go, "Oh, that's weird. Get
I mean,
the hell out of there, kid."
I know. Run.
You'll be able to beat them. They're wearing like 80 pounds of armor.
Yeah.
Careful. And now we've got Gawain realizing that he hasn't seen Darren in a while, and so he decides to go to the Sept, which I guess is it not a little rude to leave the animal in the Sept?
I don't
Like
know.
it's not a farmhouse.
Where are you supposed to put him there? Like,
I mean,
there's
you
no
gotta have a
dragon
different
pit or
room.
anything.
You got to have a different room. Something. I mean, I know there's no room at the inn, but like, come on. So he shows up. He's basically going to try to talk Darren the Daring to not fight at Tumbleton. Again, not something that happens. And again, people will sit there and say, I'm not pointing at you, Sean. People will sit there and say, unreliable narrator. And it's like, that doesn't fucking make sense, because unreliable narrator confuses whether or not maybe the days of the week or when this person was here. It doesn't confuse whether there was another fucking lizard in the sky.
Yeah. And the dragon just looks so small to me.
I agree. That's a small dragon. It looks very much like
Toothless.
Arax. Again,
From How to Train Your Dragon.
I didn't watch it. Okay, let's stick to the world we're in.
Okay, then why do you keep bringing up Lord of the Rings?
Because it's awesome. You can't compare a Toothless to this dragon.
They look alike.
One's black, one's greenish blue. One's got no teeth, one's got a bunch of teeth.
Same size.
So Gawain wants him to just leave. Wants him to just pack up his shit and get out of there.
And go to the Shire.
Yeah, very much so. So that he doesn't end up dying. And Darren's all like, no, how can I ever face people? And you want me to be their king? And you're not going to let me fight? What do you mean you're not going to let me fight? First off, you're the king. You're supposed to be king. Make your own damn decision. That's one of the things that's annoyed me this whole time. You've been anointed king, and you're still acting like you're the third fiddle, not even the second fiddle.
Right.
But then, honestly, I don't even remember what happens next. Like, what do
Well, Ulf shows up.
That's right. So Tessarion starts screaming because Ulf and Silverwing start flying over Tumbleton.
Yeah.
And
do you like Ulf's helmet with the fur hawk?
I kind of do, yeah. It kind of works for him. Schick for 5. Lee, go ahead. Cross IPs. Toothless. Tip of cap. Hey! X-Wing kind of likes it too. Yeah, I like his little, what you call it? A fur hawk?
Fur hawk.
Is that what it's actually called, or are you just making up a name?
I just made that up.
Oh, I wish that's what it was called. That you know what? That's what it's called from now on. I like it. So Corlys is the only one here to realize something's not wrong or something's not right. And he this is how he escapes. The Tully soldier drops the chain and he gets the hell out of there.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I'm watching it too. I'm on my other screen.
Yeah. So
that chain thing was funny because it was it was what Gawain was standing on,
Yeah.
and he just like, I'm just gonna pick it up.
Yeah.
It's not really keeping him captive.
It's just like there's no room for prisoners there. There's no prison system or anything like that. So sorry, I'm looking. I'm trying to find what it would be called.
What would be
this sort of helmet?
The Furhawk?
Yeah.
Isn't it just a broom?
No, because a broom is like the Spartan thing, right? That's either like this or like this. His is a bunch of stuff coming out like that. I'll look for it in a little bit. So Darren and Gawain look out and see that they have been saved. And
Sundown.
He found it. I won't repeat what it's called, but he found it. Thanks, Sundowners. Let's see. With
that's great.
Plume.
I found it.
That's so funny. You did. I'll never say it to his face, but he's a funny dude.
Is it called a plume? I thought a plume was more like a feather, not fur.
It might just kind of depend. But I'm thinking it's an armet helmet with plume. Okay, so they are seeing kind of their savior. They were 100% about to lose. And now see, look at this. Look at Freddie Fox's chainmail. With the exception of the one around his neck, the rest of that looks pretty good, especially compared to what Roxton was wearing.
What are you talking about?
The chainmail. Like up here it looks very much the same, but his sleeves look like they might actually be real, whereas Roxton's did not look real at all.
You think that looks real?
I think that looks much more real than Roxton's did. So I don't know if maybe they got there on a different day or what, but his looks better than Roxton's. Also, is Darren going to wear anything other than a freaking
I was just going to say, that doesn't even look like chainmail. It looks...
Well, it's not chainmail. What is it called? Where it's like that extra layer of mail.
Fabric. That's what it looks like to me.
I don't remember what it's called.
And I want to Kevlar. Darren's eyes,
super blue.
Are they his real eyes? Are we doing some CGI there or contacts? What do we got going on there?
I think it's definitely some sort of secondary marketing stuff. I don't think those are this kid's real eyes. I mean, let's who plays him? Darren Garian.
And X-Wing says, are you talking I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, a Gambison? Gambison?
No.
Lace.
Now I'll figure out what I'm talking about. X-Wing, I'll tell you later. So Darren Targaryen, actor, is Benjamin Evan. Yeah, I mean, they might be. He's got kind of like odd bluish eyes that are like not blue, but more like ghostly blue green.
It's just, I wonder if that's, I think it's wig, obviously, but I'm wondering if he really has a color.
I mean, this
Because
is
the hair and the eyes really are like,
this is him.
wow.
So I mean, those eyes, those might be his actual eyes. It's a very weird comment.
Dude, are you like Sundowners? Are you for real?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's playing.
He's playing Link.
Yeah.
Man, that looks good.
I don't have Instagram, so
Be cool.
Yeah. He's playing Link.
Benjamin Evan Ainsworth.
I think it works. I think he looks like Link.
Yeah. I dig it.
So,
all right. So they see Ulf and the Ulf's dragon. What's his name? Sundowner.
Ulf's dragon is Silverwing.
Silverwing. Okay.
And then what happens here? So now we've got.
Well, Damon sees Silverwing as well, and I think he's thinking, finally he shows up.
Yeah. Of course. Now what happens?
Yeah.
So this is Roxton and David fighting, and Damon is about to get the Aemon treatment here. Roxton's trying to dig his finger into his eye, which I kept looking. So after this, he still has both eyes. So I kept looking to see if they were going to he was going to end up with an eye patch or something, because I would not be shocked to see Ryan Condal do hey, look at this. It's the other eye. Aemon's was his left eye, and Damon got his right eye. Would not be surprised. But Damon, he's having a rough
thankfully
day,
that didn't
man.
happen. But Damon pretty much got his.
Again, Damon's
butt
supposed to be the
whipped.
second best fighter in Westeros, and this is the second time he's lost a fight. It's really annoying. But we do finally get the ending of Ormond Hightower. Now, there's supposed to be another guy right here that actually stops Dustin, who he then kills. It's supposed to be Ormond's cousin. Like I said earlier, I thought Roxton was going to take the place of that, so I was really annoyed when they didn't both die. But then I looked it up. Roxton's got to go kill someone later, so I'm glad he is still alive.
Yeah.
What'd you think of this? What'd you think the whole thing? Twitter is freaking out over this. More of those fake accounts I was talking about earlier are all how could you take our gay queen from us like this? And it's so homophobic. What the fuck?
I don't get it. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. The non-Stark lost an arm.
Yeah.
Right, but kept going because he's just, he's all about the battle.
They're worth 10 men.
Yeah. Oh, I lost an arm. I got another one. No big deal.
Yeah.
And and then he got it in the end. Oh,
give him a proper fucking by the north.
But I like the fact that he every time something kind of gory happened, he would
Yeah, dude, there was another one of these, and Sunhours, I'm sure you've seen plenty of them. There was another one of these super accounts that was as someone that suffers from whatever the smell thing is.
Yeah,
I felt so included, and to see someone that I recognized with, I saw myself as take it out like that. I can't believe Ryan would be willing to do that. What are you talking about? Those people make Twitter the day after an episode terrible.
I thought it was great. I liked his ending.
So you and I were talking earlier about what is Ulf going to do now, because you interpret this as turning on the Greens.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I mean, you killed their general.
Yeah, so I mean, dude, that dude was already dead. He had a knife that big up his butt.
Ulf
He was
didn't
dead.
know. If Ulf knew, he wouldn't have done that. He would have said,
Yeah.
"Let him suffer."
so this I see this less as turning on the greens and more as, ooh, I get to punish him too and kill people from the north.
Yeah.
Like I just didn't interpret it as treason to the Greens. I think he's going to be welcomed into Old Town or wherever they're going to go as a hero for the Greens.
We'll see. You know
In 2 years.
Ryan Condal more than I do.
I wish I did. So
Ulf may just
Damon
disappear. He just may fly away.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. So there's a scene that we're going to need to interpret later, and I'd love to hear what Sundowners has to say about it as well. Start typing for me, buddy. So Roxton and Damon are getting ready to face off, and I was looking for something big, and then the fire destroys the, I guess, walkway above them, and just big old barrier in between them. They can't get to each other, so they just leave.
So Damon is essentially saved by falling
by
debris.
Ulf, or falling debris at the best. And I think this is when Damon kind of realizes that Ulf's betrayed them. But he's more focused on the fact that this guy that's just kind of like been beating the crap out of him isn't dead yet, so he's still out there somewhere. So he's constantly checking his corners, looking around, trying to find where this guy is,
or
where Roxton is. It's an interesting name. What do you think? So you had said the other day, I think it was last week, that horses have a lot of meaning in this show. Do you think it's the white horses or just horses in general?
It's the white horses.
Okay.
Because
when I was watching this and I saw him kind of look at this horse, I was like, maybe horses are a big deal here.
I saw the horse ran by. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like whenever there's somebody needing to escape, there's a white horse given to them. The only other thing is, so Daenerys was given a white horse by Khal Drogo.
Mm-hmm.
She needed to escape. What is she? The
Red Wastes.
Well, she had to. So after Khal died, she had to escape because they were going to, take her and do whatever. So she had the white horse to escape. Arya Stark, the white horse showed up for her to jump on when King's Landing fell to take off.
Oh, that's right.
Helena, her dream was the white horse getting her out of King's Landing. So there's always been like this white horse to get them to flee or get them out of a situation. That horse was brown horse. Damon just looked at it and said, "No." Sorry.
So I'm up with what Sundowners and Future Boy are saying here. That what this entire scene is him realizing the destructive power of dragons, and that this war is truly having a bad end result on the common people.
Because he's looking around and just seeing.
Yeah, I mean, over here,
locals.
I think he's about to see a bunch of dead. Yeah, he's seeing a mom carrying a child. A couple seconds later, he sees a bunch of like adults walking out with dead kids. All this stuff.
The other thing is, I think he failed.
Yeah,
in the sense of Rhaenyra instructing him, "Don't make me look bad."
Mm-hmm. Now it kind of helps that the vast majority of this is because of Ulf.
He's going to blame it all on Ulf.
Oh yeah. Well, it is 100% Ulf's fault.
But the look at it, there's I think it's a little bit ahead. But you see Damon looking, and the only thing I get from is this facial expression is Rhaenyra's going to be pissed.
Yeah. It's do you think you're a little ahead or I'm a little ahead?
I think I'm at 1 hour. Shoot, 105.
Oh, okay. So we do get a bunch of Damon killing people. So
1
Damon
hour,
just
5 minutes, and 21 seconds is the
Oh.
look that I'm talking about.
but you're so like right. You
Hang
said
on.
105.27?
I can't tell.
We'll
There's
find it.
16 minutes and 22 seconds left.
Oh, damn. Dude, 16 minutes and 22 seconds is
No,
like back here, man.
no.
Yeah, look at that. 16 minutes, 24 seconds left in the show.
Why is mine show different?
What? Do you have commercials?
No.
Oh, sorry. That's the most insulting thing I've said to this guy. I told Lee he was an idiot like 6 weeks ago, and that's the most insulted he's ever been.
I don't have commercials. What are you talking about?
Okay. Well, look. So David guts these guys, like beats the shit out of them. Does a really good job. And look, it is really nice to see it is nice to see Damon kind of come back from having this kind of weak fight with Lord Roxton, and just show how good of a warrior he is.
Yeah.
So I am very happy to see that. It was good choreography. Again, the only things that really bug me about the fight are, the absence of Darren. There's no reason for Darren to have a title. The reason he gets knighted is because of his success at the Battle of Honeywise. And then for him to be called the Daring, having not done anything, sets up a bunch of stupidity for season 4. And then, of course, Hugh not turning as well. Those are the two big things in the battle that's just like, why did this happen? But this is why I don't think Corlys ends up being a traitor here. Because
he says Ulf has turned. We got to get out of here. And he kind of
saves Daemon. Yeah, he 100% saves Daemon's life. And
is this whatever you're watching have the after stuff?
No.
That's why.
Oh, okay.
How do you have it not have the after?
I have no idea. Mine's never had it.
You don't have any of the
you
have
replays?
commercials?
No! Can't wait for the note on my door from the neighbors. Can you stop yelling? No, when I watch it live, I can watch that stuff. But anytime I pull it up on HBO, it's just the show. So yeah, I think, and remember the second episode of House of the Dragon when it ends with them having tea, and there's this relationship between the two of them. Like Corlys does it very well. We're nothing but second sons.
Yeah.
To which, of course, he then kind of insults Viserys, and Daemon again defends Viserys. I will speak of my brother as I wish, you will not. Oh, God, that first season was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me so angry. And okay, so here's the scene that needs to be explained. So we've got Silverwing right here
with Ulf.
Okay, with Ulf. being chased by Caraxes.
And Caraxes is attacking,
And then
right? Because
Caraxes is attacking
fire and all
to force Ulf away.
Yeah.
Now we have Vermithor here, riderless, following. What is Vermithor doing? And I want to know what the chat thinks he's doing. Is he following Caraxes to force Ulf and Silverwing away? Is he trying to defend Silverwing? Vermithor and Silverwing were bonded for 10 years, 70 years ago. I just don't think this is. And again, yeah, they're intelligent animals, but they're still animals. I don't think this is a defense of my ex-wife thing.
But earlier in the season, when Ulf and Hugh were kind of,
they do, yeah,
they nuzzle up with
each
other and stuff.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, Breezy's saying we saw them loving on each other earlier.
Yeah. I don't think
Vermithor is riderless.
Yeah, he is. Look at you. So you're going to be able to see. So this is Caraxes. Okay, you can see him with nothing on his neck. There's a moment that you're going to be able to see Vermithor hit him kind of crest, so that you can see along his spine. And Ulf is not on. We also know that because in like 2 minutes we're going to see Ulf on the ground in his wife's house.
Yeah.
So sorry, shit. So they're trying to get him away.
Yeah.
See, there was no head.
Human head.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would be terrifying. So from here we have Helena.
Oh, Helena.
Helena looking terrible.
Doing her needle point.
Yeah, doing her needle point, doing her cross stitch.
It's ugly.
Being a good prisoner.
You're ugly.
Yeah, you're ugly. Everything you want is ugly. Okay. So you know how I've kind of said in the past that I don't think Blood and Cheese was bloody enough?
Yeah.
All right. Again, this is going to be kind of a weird thing to say, but hear me out. I'm not okay with the fact that we didn't see her actually jump.
I think it could have been a little more powerful.
Yeah. I think we should have actually seen her open the window and Tommen out.
I mean, yeah, they had Tommen who.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if maybe this is a HBO called a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, look, she's a pregnant woman. I think it's a bad idea. I don't know. But, I mean, we just last week we watched Alicent screw her son. So.
She didn't go that far.
But yeah, absolutely. So. Here's why I want to talk about Helena's thing first, because I don't want to split Helena up. So Helena decides to jump. She finishes her.
Okay,
Did you? Hang on.
I think that's what. I think we're gonna be laughing at.
Did you send it to me on Twitter? I want to pull this up. I think we'd all do that. So I'm gonna search it on.
Twitter. I was so scared that was real,
Dude, I wish it was. Honestly, again, this is terrible. I would have laughed my ass off.
I was so like, please don't be real. That's gonna be stupid.
Plop.
It's the image of Rhaenyra talking, and then Helena looks
like... Send it to me on Twitter. But yeah, so we get Rhaenyra. We get Helena here finishing her cross stitch, and then of course she jumps, and the handmaiden goes to tell Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra comes in and she sees the tapestry. And it's the first time she's actually looked at the damn thing. And she sees, which it seems weird to me. She now understands her to be a dreamer. And it's like, oh, wow, everything's going to be important around her. And has just ignored the thing that she's been working on this entire time.
But would she have gotten that? They haven't had a real dreamer. She's never been associated with a real dreamer.
Which one?
Rhaenyra.
No, but she knows about the original dreamer that had the dream that sent Aegon to Westeros.
Right. And so she wants Helena
to
like
would she know that
would she comprehend that Helena's probably telling her visions through a tapestry? Or
that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Okay, so this is what we were talking about if y'all haven't seen it. And I will be honest, okay, I would have laughed my ass off.
Dude.
So during Rhaenyra's this would have been during Rhaenyra's speech. And Helena just whoop, whoop.
I saw that and I was just like, dude, this better not be real, man.
Sundowner sent this to me, and I couldn't stop laughing. I'm sitting there thinking, like, this is such a terrible thing, but this is exactly something Ryan Condal would do.
I would have been so mad. And then what? Like, they would have stopped and she would have just turned around and then and saw Helena. Rhaenyra just looked. Oh. As I was saying,
the bridge that was promised.
Right. Oh, man.
So yeah. So one of the things that I want to get to the shot because it's not an altogether gruesome shot.
So I think, you said you could she could do what Tommen did, but I'm thinking even if you didn't want to take it that far, you could have had her go to the window and like look at the moon
or something.
Open it.
Instead of seeing the walk up, open and jump, just have her open and cut as the leg is halfway up or something.
You just like so in a couple episodes earlier, she kept saying, "I want to see the moon." So the way I would direct this is she walks to the window, opens it up, and looks at the moon, and then her head slowly looks down, and then she takes a step cut scene.
Sean, what conspiracy are you talking about? Are you talking about like the Maester conspiracy? Okay. So these are like daggers, or I don't know what they would be called, anti-tank mines or whatever. At the bottom of
it's like the moat.
Wall. Yeah, the moat, okay, with the spikes in the ground.
Yeah.
She landed with one spike that pierced her. I mean, again, I'm not sitting here trying to be like, I want to see dead bodies, but it's just like
she
come on, guys. She should have been pierced. There should have been a couple. It should have been freaking Saruman the White.
Well, her body should be twisted a little bit.
Three things sticking out of it. That's kind of what it should have been.
Yeah. She still looks very pretty though. Her makeup is nice. Hair.
I think you should quit while you're ahead.
I'm just saying. Except for the neck thing,
So Helena is dead. There is how many people have died in this season?
I lost count.
Have you
this season or this episode?
This season. I don't think it's it's a big number.
A lot happened this episode.
So Jace, Helena, and Ormond.
Well, you have the non-Stark. If you want to count those guys, are you talking about main characters? Like
the ruling people. So Jace, Helena, and Ormond.
Otto. Yeah, Sean
Otto
Bell.
died. Otto did die this season.
He died this season.
God, that feels like so long ago.
Yeah.
Okay, Otto, the sexual assaulter that was on the council. So that's 5 people. Iron Rod is the one I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So that is
No
5
Black
it?
died? No, Jace died.
I don't think that's what he meant by black.
He's a black.
That's not what he meant by black. So we're at 5 people. Civil War, where 6 named characters die. Again, guys, we went over to the events. Well, real quick, let's finish this. Okay. So, what is this? Is this Freddie Fox?
Gwaine.
Yeah, this is Gwaine looking for Darren. That's funny. So screw it. Hugh finds his wife. Hugh's wife
It is midnight, X-Wing. We're trying to get finished up here.
We're trying, yeah. So Gwaine finds dead Orman. And Hugh finds his dead wife. Now, it's going to be hard to see, especially because HBO puts that like dark hue over everything when the bar is still up. But I don't see anything on her that makes it look like she's been stabbed, cut, anything like that. It looks like she had an aneurysm and died.
No red sauce.
Yeah. So
no pool, no nothing.
Exactly. So, like, if that kind of thing happens, what do you do? I mean, I guess and so here's the other problem. Okay. Hugh is here in a battle. There are blacks and there are greens here fighting each other. How do you decide? Yeah, exactly. How do you know
it was the blacks that did it?
Yeah. Just because the music was I'm kidding. How do you know? And so now he's got to. This is one of the problems with the writing. He has to betray the Greens now. How? Why? Why are you betraying them? Because she died? How do you know the Greens?
Blacks.
Did I say Greens?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, he has to betray the blacks. How do you know it was the blacks that killed her? How do you know it wasn't the Greens?
There's no evidence.
Exactly. And again, this is another reason why the making Ulf's betrayal all about I couldn't have a beer with the lads. Like that's not it should have been it should have been Damon beating the crap out of Hugh. Damon did Damon did a good job of kind of belittling Hugh or Ulf and allowing that anger to grow. But I think there needed to be more. I don't think what he got, or at least what we saw, is enough to betray the other person with a bunch of dragons.
Yeah, I think there should have been some scarring. Like he should have been beaten to a pulp by Damon. I mean, really something to be like, I'm not going to stand by this guy's side, do what he tells me.
So the Tullys survive. Now you got Rhaenyra and Jace here. Again, more screen time for Jace than any of our other children, minus Jace.
Yeah.
I meant Joffrey. Now we've got Rhaenyra about to find out about Helena.
She's with Joffrey.
Yeah, and she does see. Is the tapestry after Alicent? It is. Okay. Yep. So here's the other thing. Okay, so here's Alicent with the rest of her cohort that were there. You see those things flying around her?
Yeah.
Do those look like butterflies?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, that is the little fuck you from Ryan Condal.
Yeah.
Because the entire thing is about how, you change one thing, it all builds off of Maelor. You changed Maelor, and everything in the story changes. All one butterfly flaps its wings in New Zealand, and we get a hurricane in America. So that's what his entire thing was about, and that's literally why that's in there. This scene does nothing. Of course, the entire season is full of these scenes that do absolutely nothing to prolong the story or even to explain the story. This is all. Go ahead.
The only thing I would say, I think if George R.R. Martin put something out there like that, this is clearly a stick it.
Mm-hmm.
However, and I don't know if they wrote this so they had an out so they could say no, it has nothing to do with that. But Helena did talk a lot about like caterpillars and those little bugs cocooning and morphing into something else and being free and whatever. She was often in the garden looking at junk like that. And
so you think that this is so one of the things that's supposed to happen.
This is a metaphor of Helena.
Yeah. So this is like the thing where Dreamfire, or what was it? Dreamfire realizes when Maelor died, which is one of the things that triggers Helena. So this is supposed to be kind of like Alicent's realizing that Helena has died because of these butterflies taking off.
Yeah.
I could see that, but I think it would have been better to be maybe even more obvious. Yeah. Because doing butterflies just makes it look like you're referencing the thing by George.
I'm sure they had every intention to stick it.
Look at that. Alicent tried to kill Aemon for nothing.
Yep.
And so we end with this.
But Alicent doesn't know that Helena took care of business on her own.
Did she?
She doesn't know that.
Calling her ugly and everything?
Huh?
You talking about calling her ugly and everything?
No, I'm saying like if Alicent finds out Helena has passed, is she just going to assume that Rhaenyra did it?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. I think she'll
Rhaenyra's
entirely
fault.
blame Rhaenyra. Mm-hmm.
Rhaenyra wanted to feed her. She had her force fed even, and then Helena still decided.
Well, and the other thing, and again, this is kind of icky to say, but if I'm Rhaenyra, I'm waiting for the child to be born to find out what kind of child it is.
Sure.
A female is much more valuable because you'd be able to marry her off and acquire another house to side with you.
Right.
That's when I would make that decision.
But Helena did tell her earlier in the episode that it was a boy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
She's like, and of course, Rhaenyra, knowing she's a dreamer, is going to believe her.
Good point. Yeah. So Alicent finishes her tapestry here. She finishes it with her crying, falling out of King's Landing.
This is Helena's tapestry.
Mm-hmm.
You said
Did I say Alicent?
Yeah.
It's been 4 hours.
Yeah. So that's it. So that image is Helena.
Mm-hmm. Falling out of King's Landing.
Yeah.
Crying big old tears. And then the thing that she hates, though, the thing that she is terrified of seeing is this.
All right. What's your interpretation of that?
This is the dragon pit. So this is the sacking of King's Landing. So
this is the dragon pit.
Yeah. So obviously that's her on the Iron Throne, but she's bleeding everywhere.
Which the throne is not in the dragon pit.
Right. So it's the sacking of King's Landing.
Yeah.
So you've got the Faith Uprising, which raised sack the dragon pit. That's what all this is. So this dragon tail, that's going to be Dreamfire right there. That's purple. This is probably going to be
I don't see your
Her
mouse
dragon.
doing the things.
Oh, so yeah. Sorry, hang on. All right, so there's a green dragon, Moon Dancer, maybe. I don't remember if Moon Dancer dies in the dragon pit. I think she does. I think this is Dreamfire because it's a little purple. This might be Rhaenyra's dragon. But these are all pieces of dragon dying in the dragon pit because that's what happens. And it needs to happen literally like episode 1 or 2 of next season. And then this is her bleeding from the throne. Because the throne's supposed to have been cutting her badly.
Yeah.
So it's just her failure. She fails. Now, one thing, well, actually, you tell me what you think this is.
Well, you just said it.
Right, but you asked me, so I'm asking you. Do you think it's
if I have a different view of?
Yeah,
yeah. I see. I didn't. I was having a little trouble understanding, like all the. It looks like the talons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So clearly, there's dragons here. I thought this was her going out on the Iron Throne. Like she's bleeding, but then there's fire all around her. So there's a dragon that's going to take care of her in the throne room.
No, because she dies on Dragonstone.
Okay. I'm just saying when I first saw it, I was like, okay, is this a little foreshadowing of her death?
I didn't
want to give spoilers.
Yeah, I think it's foreshadowing of her failure. Of just not now. And so here's the thing that I was, instead of working today, I was scrolling through Twitter. And one of the things that really bugged me, and I realized it, some dude made a great point. And I wish I remembered who it was so I give credit. But Dragonstone is not just a castle. It's not just, that pointed castle we see in Game of Thrones. It's an entire colony. There's thousands of people. There's villages. There are things they have to. Rhaenyra has been ruling Dragonstone for 20 years. She and Daemon have been doing what they were supposed to do here at King's Landing on a smaller level for 20 years. She knows how to do it.
Yeah.
So her showing up here, unable to do it. Now, sure, it's a little different. If you're managing your Foot Locker and then you have to manage 100 Foot Lockers, it's a little more difficult. But you shouldn't be completely incompetent. And this has been a big failure this season, that all of her anger and discourse and the negativity that she has addressed towards her and from her build out of this inability to rule. And she's been ruling successfully on Dragonstone for 20 years. So it's ridiculous that she has not been able to at least be semi-competent in King's Landing by itself. Maybe you have issues getting the rents from the north or protecting the narrow sea and stuff like that. Okay, maybe you have issues with that because that's different. But you should be able to at least make sure there's enough food in your village. King's Landing is what, 40 square miles? It's not that big. She should not have been unable to do that. And if I recall correctly, she rules quite well. She in the book, she just ends up going kind of psycho and starts seeing enemies around every corner. And that's when the people turn on her. When she starts imprisoning people and killing people, which is why it should have started, especially since they cut out 6 episodes of the entire show, it should have started like the second episode she was back in King's Landing, because that's when they started these rumors. The Gold Cloaks want to get paid. We don't have money. That's where the craziness should have started, instead of it flipping a switch in this episode.
I agree. It took too long to get there. But more questions on this tapestry.
Mm-hmm.
So it's clearly Rhaenyra, right? Because she's in black. She's in black.
Long hair.
It looks like she's bleeding
Viserys' crown.
But some of the images, you're like, that's Dreamfire because it's purple, but that looks like a human hand.
Yeah. So someone mentioned that. Future Boy mentioned that the purple and then the far left one look like they're human hands.
And even there's a purple left hand on the
Yeah.
left side of the throne, and then a purple right hand.
Yeah. So
I think maybe that's left
I
as well.
I
don't
think they're
know.
the same type of hand. I think they're both left hands.
You can clearly see the
Yeah.
dragon, right? Because they've got the talons at the end.
Absolutely, yes. I think it's a push. So I don't think it changes what it's showing. Whether they're hands or not, they're still these are still deaths of dragons, and I think it's supposed to be showing the sacking of the dragon pit.
Interesting.
I mean, hey, those could actually be black hands. Maybe they're Joffrey. Who knows?
So people could be
Because I mean the dragons don't go
maybe?
quietly. I want to see if her hand. Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's another one. Yeah, these might just be hands. These might just be people dying in the dragon pit to the dragons while they try to kill the dragons.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I still think it is the sacking of the dragon pit. I think there's one or this is the sort of thing that needs to happen in like the first, maybe the second episode, and it only in the second one if it happens in the first like 20 minutes of that episode.
Yeah.
But this is like a highlight of an episode.
There's a orange one here on the lower right. It's kind of embedded in the flame. You can see the hand reaching out.
Like right here?
No, on the right.
Oh, on the right. Oh, yes. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just people. It's shard hands, like Future Boy says.
It'll be interesting.
But this is our final shot of the season. Rhaenyra looking out, and then of course choosing to close the window.
Season over.
Well, it is almost 4 hours. We're almost at 4.5 hours. Let's try to wrap up in about 5 to 10 minutes. Overall thoughts.
My overall thoughts. I was disappointed. I thought they ended strong. I thought this episode was a strong ending, despite the things I did not like or did not understand. It still ended with a great battle, but Game of Thrones has always had a history of doing those kind of episodes, the one before the final.
Yeah, the
to lead up to, they show the bit of that aftermath and then gear up for what's yet to come, right, in the next season. They're not doing that. They are switching the format. They're switching the story. The other thing that they're doing that I was really disappointed in this season was stretch it out so much. Aemon hanging out at Harrenhal for the entire season. They're wasting these characters.
And I get if you don't want to pay to build Vhagar. I get that. But you could at the very least cut it so that, he's kind of traveling around and each time you see him, he's jumping off of Vhagar or hopping on Vhagar or something.
Sure. Yeah.
Like you could shoot around, it's kind of like when you shoot around pregnant women. You can do those kind of things. And I don't know if this is just, there are video games today that can't be remastered and remade because people don't know how to get into those engines and do things. So I don't know if this is an example of that, where you've got people in Hollywood today that just don't know how to do things that we did 20, 30 years ago. But it's just, they've really messed up telling this story.
I agree. There's so many strong points in the source material, and they're tossing them out, and they're not going to be able to get to everything that's yet to come. in the source material in just 8 episodes.
And this is what Ryan Condal said about this. For me, necessary changes in the translation of something from one medium to another seem less controversial. People have to understand that I have 200 pages of prose to work with to make 4 seasons of television. And this stuff, believe me, keeps me up at night more than anybody. But between season 2 and 3, I just realized that I really can't live like this anymore. Just worrying about every little thing. I have to trust my instincts as somebody who's read Fire and Blood probably more than anybody else on the planet at this point. And I still regard this adaptation as tremendously faithful to the overall text and the broad story that it is telling, even when there are individual moments that are surprising or different. This story is nothing like the Dance of Dragons and Fire and Blood.
Yeah.
I mean, take away the fact that there are Targaryens and dragons, and you haven't kept anything. Details, and we're not talking about details that are like, in Aragon, the dragon sign being on one hand versus the other. We're not talking about things like that because that doesn't really change anything. We're talking about having people in completely wrong areas, having events take place that, not even having events take place off screen. So why isn't there a 5-minute scene in this episode or the last episode that's so heavy with Darren telling us about Freddie Fox comes in, Gawain comes in and says, "Tell me, how was that battle of Honeywise?"
Mm-hmm.
Give us something. Let us know that it's happened.
Right. You don't have to shoot the actual battle. You can have dialogue that discusses it in its place. I'm with you. And they're just now they're out of time. So he's clearly dismissing a lot of stuff based on what you just read. That tells me everything.
So like I said,
can't continue to do this.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, Fall of Dragonstone, God's Eye, Storming of the Dragon Pit, Second Templeton, Rhaenyra at Dragonstone, Moon of the Three Kings, which I don't remember what that one is. Battle for the King's Road, Aegon dies, and Hour of the Wolf. Those are 9 events.
Rhaenyra dies at Dragonstone.
Yeah.
I thought it was
her
at
body
the
is brought back over.
I thought it was in the throne room.
It's that whole stuff with Joffrey in Game of Thrones that makes us think that she's burned alive by her dragon or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's she's buried there and she's burned at Dragonstone.
All right, it'll be interesting to see how all this plays out. I wish them the best. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to see it all the way through in 2 years when it finally gets released. And I hope they finish strong.
Me too. But we have Now the Seven Kingdoms Season 2
next year,
out early next year. Yep. Darren finished up, or whatever his name is, young kid, finished up filming like a week ago. And I'm assuming, if his scenes are done, almost everyone else's scenes have got to be done.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall, look, this episode was a good episode, but you cannot end something like this with something this big. There's too many questions that needed to be resolved before the ending of the season. I think you're going to lose a lot of people between this. Making us wait 2 years to find out things. I think you risk alienating a lot of people.
Yeah, and I don't understand why they're stretched out 2 years. It's just so much time is passing. Why they're doing this, I don't get it. If it's set building and all that stuff, what's that technology that they use in The Mandalorian where they have this big room, nothing but
volume?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's like the green screen type stuff.
Yeah, but it's
yeah.
Like they could build a whole layout using that technology. It was 100%. Awesome. Like, why can't they leverage something like that to if that's the issue? But I don't know, man. I don't know. It has definitely declined, right? Season 1 was
Season 1 was peak. It was one of the best Westeros projects we've gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's probably the 5th or 6th best season of the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 seasons we've gotten. But 2 and 3, I think 3 as a entire season is a better season than 2. But 2 actually has a complete episode. 3 does not.
Yeah.
But it's been fun.
All right, brother.
It's been a heck of a 8 weeks. Actually, I think we did a preview show, so I think it was 9 weeks. I look forward to seeing you again here in hopefully January again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
7
Kingdoms.
Season 2 gonna be great. Guys, thank you all for being here. Schick, thank you for the super chats, man. Mark, thank you for being a member for so long. I hope y'all enjoyed this. I did not expect 4.5 hours. I did actually text you yesterday. It was like, hey, I hope you're ready for a 4-hour stream. Did not think we would go 4.5. I thought we'd do 3. But I'm gonna go to bed. You're gonna go to bed. Y'all are gonna go to bed. And we're gonna wake up and we're gonna rule. We're gonna crush Tuesday.
It's already Tuesday. Night all.
Peace out, guys.